our president. We have no sound from the podium, so we cannot interpret. We cannot hear the lady speaking on the microphone right now. We can't hear Mrs. Papaspyropoulou. The microphone apparently is off.
UN Environmental Principles for Sustainable Insurance, το PSI. Το πρόγραμμα, ειδικά για τη βιώσιμη ασφάλιση, είναι διεθνώς η μεγαλύτερη πρωτοβουλία συνέργειας του ΟΗΕ με την ασφαλιστική βιομηχανία. Η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι υπαρκτή και συντελείται με ραγδαίους ρυθμούς, με τη μορφή ολοένα συχνότερων και ισχυρότερων φυσικών καταστροφών. Χωρίς έναν βιώσιμο πλανήτη, δεν νοείται η ύπαρξη της ανθρωπότητας. Σε έναν κόσμο λοιπόν που απειλείται, ο ασφαλιστικός κλάδος μπορεί να αποτελέσει ικανό εργαλείο για να συνεισφέρει στο μετριασμό του φαινομένου, απατώντας συγχρόνως στις προσδοκίες των κυβερνήσεων, των κοινωνιών για ένα μέλλον βιώσιμο και ανθεκτικό. Έτσι, η συμμετοχή της Ένωσης Ασφαλιστικών Εταιριών στο πρόγραμμα UNEPFI αποτελεί απόφαση ορόσημο για την ιστορία της αγοράς μας. Μέσα από έναν οργανισμό διεθνούς βεληνικούς, όπως είναι ο ΟΗΕ, και ένα πρόγραμμα τεράστιας εμβέλειας, η Ένωση Ασφαλιστικών Εταιριών και τα μέλη της δηλώνουν την προσήλωσή τους στο φλέγον ζήτημα της προστασίας του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και στο όραμα για ένα κόσμο δικαιοσύνης και ευημερίας. Η πραγματοποίηση της σημερινής εκδήλωσης επιδιώκει ακριβώς τη διάχυση στην ελληνική αγορά των αρχών του ΟΗΕ για τη βιώσιμη ασφάλιση, στις οποίες προσχώρησε η Ένωση στις αρχές του 2022. Οι αρχές της βιώσιμης ασφάλισης, τις οποίες θα έχουμε την τιμή να μας τις παρουσιάσει ο κύριος Μπάτς Πακάνη, ο οποίος είναι Program Leader του UNEPFI PSI, ενσωματώνουν τα ESG κριτήρια στην αλυσίδα αξίας των ασφαλιστικών επιχειρήσεων, καλώντας τον κλάδο σε δράσεις για τη διαχείριση των περιβαλλοντικών και κοινωνικών κινδύνων και των κινδύνων διακυβέρνησης, αλλά και των ευκαιριών που αναφύονται από αυτούς. Μέσω των αρχών του ΟΗΕ, η βιώσιμη ασφάλιση αποκτά καθολικό περιεχόμενο, το οποίο δεν εξαντλείται στα κρίσιμα θέματα του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά σηματοδοτεί ως λέξη την ευρύτερη θετική επίδραση που μπορεί να έχει η ασφαλιστική βιομηχανία σε πολλά και διαφορετικά επίπεδα, στην περιβαλλοντική, στην κοινωνική και στην οικονομική βιωσιμότητα. Με σημείο αναφοράς λοιπόν την προσέγγιση αυτή, το πρόγραμμα της εκδήλωσής μας πλαισιώνεται από σημαντικούς ομιλητές και φιλοδοξεί να καλύψει όσο το δυνατόν περισσότερες πτυχές της βιώσιμης ασφάλισης, με συνέπεια προς τις αρχές που έχει ορίσει ο ΟΗΕ από το 2012, πριν ο όρος κλιματική αλλαγή μπει ανεπιστρεπτή στην καθημερινότητά μας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και εύχομαι καλή συνέχεια.
Ο πρόεδρος της Ένωσης, κ. Αλέξανδρος Σεργέη, παρακαλείται να πάρει το λόγο.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ που είστε σήμερα μαζί μας παρά την κίνηση που υπάρχει εκεί έξω και με τη σειρά μου σας καλωσορίζω σε αυτό το συνέδριο που γίνεται, όπως είπε η κυρία Παπασπυροπούλου, με την ευκαιρία της προσχώρησης της Ένωσης Ασφαλιστικών Εταιριών Ελλάδος στο UNEPFI του Οργανισμού Ηνωμένων Εθνών για το περιβάλλον και ειδικά την πρωτοβουλία για το environment και το sustainable insurance. Έχει σημασία να πούμε εδώ ότι ενώ στα της Ένωσης μας απασχολούν πολλές φορές ή μάλλον είναι στην κύρια σκηνή των θεμάτων της Ένωσης τα δικά μας, τα κίνητρα και άλλα θέματα και στρεβλώσεις που προσπαθούμε να διορθώσουμε και να βοηθήσουμε την ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής ασφαλιστικής αγοράς. Έχει σημασία όμως να τονίσουμε ότι η Ένωση είναι παρούσα και στο Insurance Europe και σε όλα τα ευρωπαϊκά φόρα της ασφάλισης. Μπορεί να είμαστε μια μικρή συγκριτικά αγορά, αλλά είμαστε πολύ ενεργοί σε όλα αυτά τα τεκτενόμενα, ακριβώς γιατί θέματα όπως το sustainable insurance και η κλιματική αλλαγή δεν μπορούν παρά να είναι βασικοί τομείς με τους οποίους ασχολούμαστε. Η κλιματική αλλαγή λοιπόν προφανώς είναι εδώ, προφανώς δεν είναι σενάριο επιστημονικής φαντασίας, αλλάζει τη ζωή μας καθημερινά με αυξανόμενη ταχύτητα και ένταση. Και βεβαίως έχει πολύ μεγάλο οικονομικό αλλά και κοινωνικό αντίκτυπο και διεθνή στην Ελλάδα. Είναι ενδιαφέρον, σκεφτόμουν τις προάλλες, ότι ενώ στις μεγάλες αγορές η σεζόν του φθινοπόρου είναι η σεζόν των τυφώνων στην Αμερική, στην Ελλάδα το φθινόπωρο πλέον χαρακτηρίζεται, περιμένουμε τι πλημμύρες θα γίνουν μετά τις φορές. Social governance, αλλά το τι ακριβώς σημαίνουν και πώς θα μεταφραστούν σε policy είναι κάτι που σε διεθνές επίπεδο αναζητούμε. Πάντως το κομμάτι τουλάχιστον στοχεύει σε έναν κόσμο ο οποίος, ζητώ συγγνώμη, έπρεπε να σταματήσω το κινητό μου. Λοιπόν, αναζητούμε λοιπόν έναν κόσμο ο οποίος θα προστατεύει το περιβάλλον, ενώ συγχρόνως θα εγγυάται κοινωνική ευμερία, διαφάνεια, χωρίς αποκλεισμούς και ανισότητες. Οι προκλήσεις βέβαια είναι πολλές και οι αβεβαιότητες μεγάλες υπό τη σκιά του ενεργειακού τοπίου, το οποίο βιώνουμε σήμερα. Αυτά που προκάλεσε ο πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία και η εργαλειοποίηση του φυσικού αερίου φαίνεται ότι υπονομεύει τις ευρωπαϊκές και διεθνείς φιλοδοξίες για το κλίμα. Έτσι πολλές χώρες, για να μην πω όλες οι χώρες, παρά τις φωνές ότι η ενεργειακή κρίση είναι μικρή και είναι πολύ μικρή σε σύγκριση με την κλιματική κρίση, στράφηκαν σε διάστημα λίγων μηνών στον άνθρακα για την άμεση υποστήριξη ενόψει του χειμώνα επιχειρήσεων και νοικοκυριών. Πέραν όμως της τρέχουσας ενεργειακής κρίσης, όσον αφορά στην κλιματική αλλαγή και την αναγκαιότητα για την περιστολή των φαινομένων που προκαλεί, η ιδιωτική ασφάλιση έχει αναδειχθεί και ως μέρος των λύσεων που προωθούνται διεθνώς για την κάλυψη των κινδύνων που απορρέουν από την κλιματική αλλαγή. Και εδώ θα πω ότι δεν είμαστε έτοιμοι, και όχι ως ελληνική αγορά μόνο, και διεθνώς, διότι τώρα προσπαθούμε να αναγνωρίσουμε, να καταγράψουμε και να τιμολογήσουμε τις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής στην αγορά μας. Και δεν νομίζω ότι καμία αγορά είναι έτοιμη γι' αυτό, επειδή ακριβώς και η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι ένα φαινόμενο εν εξελίξη. Από την άλλη μεριά έχουμε και τις επενδύσεις. Μας αρέσει που είμαστε οι μεγαλύτεροι θεσμικοί επενδυτές στον κόσμο, εμείς οι ασφαλιστές, και βεβαίως το ίδιο ισχύει και στην Ελλάδα. Τι κάνουμε όμως σε σχέση με τις επενδύσεις και την κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια διαφορετική υπόθεση. Ο ΟΗΕ είχε επισημάνει από το 1992, 30 χρόνια, την κρισιμότητα του ρόλου των ασφαλιστών με τη Σύμβαση Πλαίσιο για την κλιματική αλλαγή, και το 12, πριν 10 χρόνια, είχε ορίσει 4 βασικές αρχές για τη βιώσιμη ασφάλιση. Μέσω του πακέτου Sustainable Finance και όχι μόνο, η Ευρώπη διαθέτει σήμερα μία από τις πλέον ολοκληρωμένες περιβαλλοντικές νομοθεσίες. Και σε αυτή την νομοθεσία, όπως γνωρίζουμε, η ιδιωτική ασφάλιση έχει σημαντικό κεντρικό ρόλο. Όμως η μεταφορά των διατάξεων αυτών στην πραγματικότητα που βιώνουμε, την πραγματικότητα που αλλάζει κάθε μέρα, που έχει τον πόλεμο στην Ουκρανία, τον πληθωρισμό στο 12% στην Ελλάδα και όλα αυτά που βιώνουμε, δεν είναι μια στατική υπόθεση. Έχει σημαντικό κεντρικό ρόλο. Όμως η μεταφορά των διατάξεων αυτών στην πραγματικότητα που βιώνουμε, την πραγματικότητα που αλλάζει κάθε μέρα, που έχει τον πόλεμο στην Ουκρανία, τον πληθωρισμό. Σωστό.
It was so important that we had to hear it again.
Μιλάω πάρα πολλά χρόνια στη συνέδρια, αυτό δεν μου εξάτυχε. Μιλούσα για τη μεταφορά όλων των διατάξεων και των προθέσεων στην πραγματικότητα. Έχουμε για παράδειγμα το ταξόνομι των πράσινων επενδύσεων, όπου ξαφνικά περιλαμβάνει και την πυρηνική ενέργεια και το φυσικό αέριο, προκαλώντας αντιδράσεις, αποκαλύπτοντας ότι η βιωσιμότητα εκτός από κανονιστική υποχρέωση αποτελεί και πεδίο έντονου πολιτικού debate που απαιτεί συγκερασμό αντίθετων συμφερόντων. Το ταξιόνομι είναι ανδιαφεσβήτητα εξαιρετικά χρήσιμο εργαλείο για την αποφυγή φαινομένων greenwashing, όπου όλα γίνονται green επειδή τα βαφτίσαμε green. Παρ' όλα αυτά, τα κριτήρια είναι τόσο αυστηρά, ώστε τουλάχιστον επί του παρόντος, ορισμένες μόνο οικονομικές δραστηριότητες είναι σε θέση να τα πληρούν κατά 100%. Γεγονός που δυσκολεύει αρκετά τους ασφαλιστές, εμάς τους ασφαλιστές, να σχεδιάσουμε με τη σειρά μας sustainable προϊόντα. Από την άλλη πλευρά έχουμε το κοινό, γιατί αν το δείτε, μιλούσα για τους stakeholders. Είναι λοιπόν οι κυβερνήσεις, οι οποίες πρέπει να φροντίσουν για το κοινό που τους ψηφίζει και τους ψηφίζει βραχυπρόθεσμα, ενώ τα φαινόμενα για τα οποία μιλάμε δεν κινούνται με ρυθμό κάθε 4 χρόνια. Είναι οι ασφαλιστές, το industry το δικό μας, είναι αυτοί που φτιάχνουν το εποπτικό πλαίσιο, που πάλι ξεκινάει από τις κυβερνήσεις και μέσω του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου, της ΕΙΟΠΑ και του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου γίνεται πώληση και κανονιστικό πλαίσιο για τις ασφαλιστικές εταιρείες. Μέσα σε αυτόν τον κόσμο ζούμε και έχουμε λοιπόν, επανέρχομαι στο κοινό, το κοινό το οποίο χαρακτηρίζεται από μια σχετική άγνοια εκπαίδευση για το τι είναι sustainable finance και όλο αυτό το θέμα, και συνδέεται αυτό και με τη γενικότερο έλλειμμα στη χρηματοοικονομική εκπαίδευση του κοινού. Ταυτόχρονα όμως έχουμε ενσωμάτωση των sustainability preferences στη διαδικασία πώλησης των ασφαλιστικών προϊόντων τώρα, και αυτό δημιουργεί πολλούς προβληματισμούς. Θα πω αυτό που λέω πάντα, ότι είμαστε με σαφείς προτάσεις σε διάλογο με την κυβέρνηση για την υιοθέτηση κινήτρων ώστε το 16% των σπιτιών που είναι ασφαλισμένο στην Ελλάδα να γίνει 100% εν ώψη της κλιματικής αλλαγής και όλων αυτών που βιώνουμε. Ακούμε ενθαρρυντικά πράγματα, όμως στην πράξη δεν έχει γίνει ακόμη τίποτα, άρα ως Ελλάδα έχουμε ένα τεράστιο και επικίνδυνο protection gap. Και κλείνοντας, θα πω επίσης ότι έχουμε και ένα Solvency 2, το οποίο είναι εξαιρετικά αυστηρό και τιμωρεί εντός εισαγωγικών οποιαδήποτε επενδυτική κίνηση ξεφεύγει από τον κανόνα. Κατά συνέπεια, για να γίνουν πιο βιώσιμες οι επενδύσεις του ασφαλιστικού τομέα, με τέτοιο solvency είναι δύσκολο να γίνουν και οι επενδυτές να μείνουν στη θέση τους. Ακούστε για να κλείσω. Έχουμε λοιπόν τις κυβερνήσεις και κατ' επέκταση τα κανονιστικά πλαίσια τύπου Solvency 2. Έχουμε το κοινό εκεί έξω, το οποίο δεν γνωρίζει αλλά και είναι ανασφάλιστο στην Ελλάδα και πρέπει να αγοράσει ασφάλειες. Έχουμε τους επενδυτές, οι οποίοι μας δίνουν κεφάλαια, τα επενδύουν σε ασφαλιστικές εταιρείες, στις εταιρείες μας. Εάν οι αποδόσεις αυτές δεν είναι καλές, τα κεφάλαια αυτά είναι τελείως ευκίνητα. Την άλλη μέρα έχουν πουλήσει τη μετοχή στο χρηματιστήριο και έχουν πάει σε ένα άλλο industry. Και ταυτόχρονα όλοι συμφωνούμε ότι η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι εδώ και πρέπει να κάνουμε κάτι τώρα. Ενώ ταυτόχρονα η ενέργεια έχει πάει λόγω του πολέμου εκεί που έχει πάει στις τιμές. Είναι λοιπόν, δεν είναι μια εξίσωση. εξίσωση είναι ένα σύστημα εξισώσεων με πολλές παραμέτρους και αρκετούς αγνώστους. Το ζητούμενο είναι να αντιμετωπίσουμε την κλιματική αλλαγή και ως ασφαλιστική αγορά αλλά και ως κοινωνία συνολικότερα. Μου μοιάζει όμως ότι κανείς δεν θέλει, συγχωρήστε την έκφραση, να σπάσει αυγά. Δεν μπορείς να τα πετύχεις όλα, δεν μπορείς να έχεις αυστηρότατο πλαίσιο του solvency που δεν διαφοροποιεί σε τίποτα τις green επενδύσεις με τις άλλες και να περιμένεις από το μεγαλύτερο θεσμικό επενδυτή που είναι η ασφαλιστική αγορά να γυρίσει τις επενδύσεις του σε green επενδύσεις. Εάν αυτό γίνει και οι αποδόσεις δεν έρθουν, τα κεφάλαια θα φύγουν και ούτω καθεξής. Γι' αυτό πιστεύω ότι η σημερινή συνάντηση είναι πολύ χρήσιμη για ακριβώς να συμβάλλουμε, να ακούσουμε ένας τον άλλον και να ακούσουμε ομιλητές πολύ σοβαρούς και σημαντικούς με γνώση του αντικειμένου, ώστε να προσπαθήσουμε να αναζητήσουμε λύσεις που θα μπορέσουμε να τις εφαρμόσουμε αύριο και όχι φιλολογικά σε κάποια χρόνια. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ακολουθεί τοποθέτηση του Υπουργού Κλιματικής και Πολιτικής Προστασίας, κυρίου Χρήστου Στυλιανίδη.
We're going to listen to Mr. Minister Stylianidis.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, distinguished guests, ξεκινώντας θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω.
Let me start by thanking the Hellenic Association of Insurance Companies for this invitation and for offering me the opportunity to participate in today's conference. We are all the more facing climate change phenomena, and it is undoubted that climate crisis is the object of this ministry. We are facing a crisis with many challenges, which put challenges to our daily lives as well. We can't hear very well. There are big fires. And there are also flash floods and this has become part of our daily reality. This is not something that only concerns Eastern Mediterranean and our country, but the whole world. This is a reality that has changed the management of natural disasters worldwide. I think that the need for immediate action is imperative. And to be successful, because this is not only the work of the state, we need a collective action. We need partnerships, cooperation at state level, but also at the level of civil society, universities, and research centers included. It is necessary to have a new way of thinking, a new culture that embraces what is known as interconnection, interdependency. We live through this kind of interdependency. My experience as a commissioner in the management of crises, and I have been the head of this ministry over the past few months, and it showed me that only a small part of houses and buildings are insured against natural disasters. And this is why it is a great opportunity for me to address this conference and touch upon this issue that in spite of the reactions, I think it is a big reform in the field of insurance, but also in relation to natural disasters. The percentage corresponds to 15%. So, whereas in the rest of Europe it corresponds to 60%, or in some areas 80%. This means that the state is an insurance company, is a kind of an insurance company that reimburses citizens against natural disasters. This money comes from the budget of the state. So, in my opinion, this is not the right way to manage the restoration of natural disasters, because this could have been done through insurance. So, this is an example of government intervention whereby the money is allocated through compensation for the coverage of natural disasters. The safety net, what the state mechanism offers, is of course a prerequisite. This is the case for agriculturalists, farmers, but in the case of compensation for natural disasters, this state contribution is 100%. So this is where the question arises in a country going through an economic crisis. This political intervention, is this political intervention sustainable? We think that it is not, and I will explain why. One of the main reasons is related to the civil society. It does not create incentives for citizens. When there is the mentality that the state will compensate anyway, the citizens become neutral in their effort to adapt to the climate change data. So we become passive, and this is opposite to the active role which is necessary to tackle climate crisis. And we need active citizens next to us. This is what we spoke about in Paris, in Glasgow, and in all the universities as to the role of the citizen to tackle climate change. And this role regards an active participation in the framework of collectivities, of synergies and interdependency, could bring about practical results. A second element which is to be discussed is the ability of our country to continue covering compensations for natural disasters by 100%. If we think what comes according to the scientific forecasts, we understand that this cost will become huge. I could refer to figures regarding Evia and other areas, but this is beyond the abilities of the state as to the aggravation of climate change phenomenon. So you know how insurance works in this case. The insurance may play the role of a subsidiary tool in the fight against the climate crisis. And as to the Ministry of Climate Crisis, we first record in detail what we have, then we evaluate risks, then we record the different hazards related to natural disasters, and because we do not have a databases in Greece, this recording of data and the adaptation of scientific models will lead us to the risk profiling of the whole Greek territory. So the calculation of these risks in combination with what is built in the ministry, that is a modern center for the management of crisis with scientists and experts that will be the nucleus of this center, together with the national database that will receive the data from everywhere regarding natural phenomena. So you understand that this is an infrastructure that has to be utilized as to the insurance of houses and buildings in our country. At the same time, because the insurance companies will be parts of this new partnership, private-public partnership, so the partnership of the private and public sector, a lot of systems, unmanned drones, and will provide a framework of validity. And I think that this will be something that will create the requirements for us as a society, private and public sector. We will have a new prioritization in our actions with a focus on prevention. And there, the citizen will be active, because if you know that your premium will depend upon that, and there will be this private-public partnership, then the citizens will become more active, and they will reduce their own cost, but also the cost of the states. So I think that this framework, as established, will enable us as a society to provide incentives to the citizens. And these measures are necessary to reinforce the alertness, the readiness of the country to face these phenomena. So what I said about the citizens regards the private-public partnerships. Of course, the citizens will not be alone, will not be on their own. And I think that these partnerships will create that framework so that it will be feasible and the cost will not be so high for it to be unfeasible. You know that a lot of efforts are made in other European countries, and we have to utilize them. That there is a great effort made in Portugal to this direction. So I think that this discussion has to start immediately with specific targeting, because undoubtedly in-depth analysis of the phenomena is necessary, and when we have a joint common analysis, then we will be able to move on. So I wanted to repeat what I have already said in other addresses of mine, but I think that we need to repeat all these things for them to become a common ground, that what is proposed will not be a cost of insurance that will be prohibitive for households. Let me draw some conclusions. Insurance may lead us to the reinforcement of the insurance resilience of the country. It is a necessary ingredient for a successful participation of the state and of the citizens. I think that we need the triad: citizens, insurance companies, and the state. This is what I wanted to tell you. I think most of you have already heard them, but public dialogue is important, and this way we will be able to start it, and it will be harmonized with the problems of the climate crisis and the particular problems of our country. Thank you very much, and I wish every success to the proceedings of your conference today.
We're going to watch now Mr. Renaud Guidet in a video contribution. He's the chair of Net Zero Alliance.
I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really sorry that I can't be with you in person today in Athens. I hope you had a good weekend and that you will have a great session today all together. You have invited me in my capacity as chair of the Net Zero Insurance Alliance, and it is a pleasure to share with you more details about that very important initiative. Net Zero Insurance Alliance. Net Zero, just look at the deadly floods in Pakistan recently. Just look at the wave of wildfires and drought in Europe over the summer. Just look at Hurricane Ian, which devastated the US a few weeks ago. All of that is a powerful reminder of the dramatic impact of climate change. And we, insurers and reinsurers, we have been at the forefront of extreme weather events due to climate change over the past decades. So we are, unfortunately, in that privileged position to grasp the magnitude of that challenge and to take action. This is why net zero is a key focus. Why with insurance? Because while we do believe that investments are obviously a very powerful arm to make sure that we can support the decarbonization of our economies and our societies, we also believe that through underwriting, the core business of what insurers and reinsurers know to do, the core that they bring to society, we can actually drive faster and accelerate change to make sure we do fight global warming. How will we do that? We will do that actually not by excluding. We'll have to use exclusion as a means of last resort for hopeless causes, people who cannot and do not want to decarbonize. But more broadly, the role we will play with underwriting will be to support the transition and to ensure the transition, to make it happen. So we will be enablers of the transition, and I will go back to that. I just want to stress a very important word in the Net Zero Insurance Alliance, which is the last one, alliance. Why are we doing that all together? Because we do believe that beyond the pioneering role of some undertakings, beyond various initiatives taken here and there, it's very important that we work together because we will deliver more collectively. We will learn faster because we can share expertise and insight. We will agree on a common methodology, and I will also elaborate on that in a few seconds. And we will make sure that by being a united effort, it's not a zero-sum game whereby we would have a coalition of the willing whose efforts would be offset by lingering bad practices, we want to make sure that we step up our game collectively and we bring our industry and also the whole society and the whole economy to the next level upwards in the fight against climate change. I mentioned the importance of ensuring the transition and using our underwriting arm. To us, it's very important that we start by assessing what is the point that we begin with, which is gauging the current footprint of our customers, be they corporates or households. And this is why the Net Zero Insurance Alliance has engaged with the partnership for carbon accounting financials, dubbed PCAF. As some of you may know, we are now in the process of launching a consultation for what we call a target setting protocol elaborated jointly with PCAF, so I would welcome your feedback on that. And then the next step will be for the Net Zero Insurance Alliance to release the target setting protocol in January 2023. From then on, each member, and there are currently 29 members of the NZIA from all across the world, various business models, various jurisdictions. We have insurers, we have reinsurers, we have an insurance marketplace in the name of Lloyd's of London. All of these members will actually individually and independently, each of them, determine their own trajectory and release their own targets by July 2023. These targets will obviously look forward to the ultimate objective of 2050, but there will be intermediary milestones. We want to make sure that we can front-load the effort, that we can make it happen as soon as it can, because we know that the longer we wait, the steeper the curve, and the more catch-up we will have to do, which will be obviously very tough. So we want to take action right now, and this is an unprecedented effort, an unprecedented ambition with clear governance and clear accountability. From that starting point, having assessed where our portfolio stands currently, we will roll up our sleeves, work together with our clients, and help them transition their business model, pivot from the carbon-intensive processes and habits of today's world, and I should say even more so yesterday's world, into what is the future, something which is less carbon-heavy, less reliant on fossil fuels, and which is actually gradually compatible with net zero. We will use various tools, underwriting as I mentioned, but also claims management. It's very important that we leverage the principles of the circular economy and we make the most of the potential for optimization in that space, for instance, by repairing instead of replacing, and there are many levers that we can pull in the field of claims management as well. It is very important that we work all together on that. And this is why the NZIA works under the auspices of the United Nations. And I think it's great that later today you will get to hear from our partner Butch Bakani from the UN PSI tell you more about how important it is to shape that initiative in a multilateral fashion. We want to make sure that we gather under one roof, because it's very important that various initiatives and efforts are not scattered and moving in different directions. We want to achieve what I call the 3 C's, namely convergence, comparability, and consistency. It's very important that the reporting frameworks, the tools that we use, are actually jointed between jurisdictions, between continents, between regulators, between policymakers. We need all of our energy to be focused on the green transition. We don't want it to be diverted by having to reconcile one framework to another. So it is extremely important that we use all the diplomatic weight that we can throw into that effort to make sure that we work all together in the same direction, but also, broadly speaking, at the same pace, so that we maximize the likelihood of quickly curbing our impact on climate change and quickly being compatible with net zero. To achieve all of that, it requires obviously a lot of energy on the ground, and I would like to say how grateful I am to all the teams of the 29 members of the Net Zero Insurance Alliance. We have underwriters, we have climate experts, we have legal experts, we have actually all the constituencies of what makes the insurance industry a great one, working hand in hand. And I do believe that it's testimony to the fact that insurance is actually when finance meets society. Obviously, we have large balance sheet, we have capital to deploy, but we also have in-house expertise, which is almost like a scientific lab. We have climate researchers, experts in the impact of climate change, which goes, well beyond the actuarial skill set, but it is actually enshrined in what makes our world live and change. And I think we are a true reflection of what our societies are. And insurance does live and breathe in sync with our broader society. That also means that our portfolios as underwriters are a reflection of the underlying economy. So if corporates do not move, there's only so much progress we can make, and we can only go so far. So it's super important that by engaging with our clients, we do foster that sea change, making sure that it does happen within each corporate, that manufacturing processes, logistics processes, and more broadly, the whole economy gets cleaner and greener. We will be there to support that change. We will be there to enable that change. But it's very important that we do not act in isolation, and we will need all stakeholders. So an effort that is actually united. I mentioned earlier the role of policymakers and regulators. I mentioned now the role of corporates. We need actually all constituencies to work in the same direction. I look forward to the journey ahead of us. I mentioned short-term milestones, target setting protocol in January 2023, targets individually determined by each NZIA member in July 2023, which means that 2023 will be extremely busy and exciting, not short of challenges, but we will be up to the task, and I know that we will achieve it collectively thanks to the transformational power of insurance. I wish you a great day, and next time I hope I'll be able to attend physically with you in person in Athens. Take care and speak very soon.
Ακολουθεί ομιλία από τον κύριο Butch Bakani, Program Leader.
We're going to listen to Mr. Butch Bakani now,
The floor is yours.
Program Leader from UNEP-FI PSI.
While we're waiting for the clicker, I just wanted to thank everyone and HSIC for inviting me today. I think you could not have chosen a better day for your event, because today is United Nations Day, October 24. And for me, the principles of the UN Charter that was signed more than 75 years ago ring as true today as we tackle our shared problems and also strive to achieve the sustainable future that we want. It's been some time since I was in Athens. A few years ago, I think the pandemic has changed a lot of things, but one thing hasn't changed. It's climate change. It is already upon us, and we need to consider addressing it. So I'll still wait, because I'm going to show you some slides as we go along. Or will you just transition it, or? Okay, so I was just asked to continue speaking until it comes. So I think I'll just start, I guess, with highlighting some of the thoughts that I picked up from a few of the speakers today before I start my presentation. I think the minister highlighted the role of insurance on prevention and on financial resilience, and it's absolutely important that we harness and unlock that role of the industry on understanding risk and financial resilience. However, I would submit that as important as resilience and adaptation is, and we need to do it, because especially for the most vulnerable countries around the world. I'm from the Philippines, and we were just devastated by another super typhoon recently. We need to build on that role of insurance and on that traditional role of insurance and close a protection gap, but also start thinking about insurance differently as an enabler. Just like lending and investment, finance, insurance enables economic activities. And this could be activities which inevitably could be sustainable or unsustainable. So in the context of climate change, if you simplify, I think we need to think about climate change properly when we talk about it. For many people, when they talk about insurance, they talk about climate change from an impact perspective. How can insurance build resilience? And that's absolutely essential to the agenda. However, the other question is, what is the root cause of climate change? And the root cause are greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to start thinking about insurance as a way to decarbonize our economy as well. And this is what Renaud Guédé of AXA was saying earlier in terms of what is needed, how insurance could be a tool for decarbonization. So I think it's, shall I just continue? So I'll talk about the first few thoughts in my slide. So I'll just talk about the first few parts of my slide. And the first slide is about the triple role of the insurance industry in addressing sustainable development. There you go. So I hope I didn't, I hope I didn't exhaust all of my time with the ad lib, Alina. But so this is what I wanted to highlight. If there's anything that you can take away from the discussion, my presentation today, it would be this. The role of a risk manager, understanding, preventing, and reducing losses has to be common practice across communities and governments around the world. Insurance as a financial shock absorber is what the minister was talking about earlier. And then insurers are institutional investors is the third role. The fourth role that overlays this is what I was referring to as insurance as an enabling, as an enabler. So where insurance is not only a shock absorber, but is treated like lending and investment. So just to bring back again, what are the principles for stable insurance that were launched 10 years ago at the Rio de Janeiro conference of the UN on sustainable development? Principle one, because the president of the association was talking about ESG, Principle one is about embedding ESG or sustainability issues into core business. Everything that an insurance company does, from strategy to underwriting to claims to investment management, it has to be embedded there. Principle two is really about the insurance industry value chain. So if you are an insurance company, how do you deal with these issues with your brokers, with your agents, with your reinsurers? Principle three is a recognition that even if the whole global insurance industry does this together, it won't be enough. We need to engage with governments and regulators and civil society on this agenda. And principle four is about accountability and transparency. This day, whether you're a government or a private enterprise, you need to be transparent and accountable on how you are addressing sustainability issues. So that was a flashback. At the time, Ban Ki-moon was the Secretary General. He endorsed the principles. And now we have the biggest collaborative initiative between the UN and the global insurance industry. We have over 200 organizations around the world representing about 1/3 of premium volume and 15 trillion in assets. Now let me talk about climate change as one major sustainability issue. So we all know that we are off track where we are compared to the Paris Agreement. Science is showing us that it is a code red planetary emergency, so we really need to drive urgency in our actions and higher ambition. But we didn't need all the science in 2022 to act accordingly. Because even in 2018, the IPCC already came out with a special report on climate change showing what is the difference between warming of 1.5 degrees and warming of 2 degrees. And that science showed that every half degree of warming is a world of a difference in terms of adverse impacts, be it crop yields or sea level rise or extreme heat. Everything is just far worse if it's 2 degrees compared to 1.5 degrees. And let's not make the mistake of thinking that 1.5 degrees is a safe harbor. We are already at 1.1 or 1.2 degrees warming since pre-industrial levels. So this means things will get worse from where they are right now before they get better, if they do get better. So 1.5 degrees is the least worst option that we could still realistically shoot for based on what science is telling us. Let's not make the mistake that it is a safe harbor. No, it is not. It is worse than where we are right now, but it is what science is saying is the least worst option that is still scientifically possible based on what we know right now. So this brings us to what is the work of the UN Principles for Sustainable Insurance with the global insurance industry that is addressing climate change. Number one, the Financial Stability Board's Task Force on Climate-Related Disclosures. One of the most difficult parts of those recommendations is how do you project 10, 20, 30 years down the road using evolving climate science and think about how it will impact insurance portfolios. So a few years ago, we convened more than 20 insurance companies to understand how a 2-degree world or 1.5 degree world or 4-degree world would impact physical insurance companies' insurance portfolios. And we covered 3 things: how climate change impacts physical assets, which is what insurers know of best, because insurers have learned so much on catastrophe risk modeling over the years. However, even on physical risk assessment, because of evolving climate change science, we realize that the industry can improve its skill set further. Number 2, transition. As we transition from a high carbon economy to a net zero emissions economy, even with the best insurers around the table, we realize that many insurance companies are still grappling and trying to understand what would be the impact on premium or revenue of the transition from high carbon to net zero. And third, on climate-related litigation risk. As more litigation happens in the real economy, there could conceivably more links to insurance cover, including liability. So if you're an insurance company that writes D&O, Directors and Officers Liability or Professional Indemnity, it could be a relevant topic. And what we realize is that most insurance companies around the world are still simply monitoring legal cases on this, and there's no yet proactive, systematic assessment of this agenda. However, a lot of that discussion on TCFD is really focused on how insurance could be resilient in light of climate change. It doesn't talk about reducing emissions in the real economy. So the real agenda on net zero, aside from resilience, is how do you follow that green curve in that chart where we achieve net zero emissions by mid-century or earlier so that we can limit global warming to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century. And this is where the net zero agenda comes into the picture. In 2019, the UN convened insurance companies and institutional investors like pension funds and foundations to convene asset owners as institutional investors who will decarbonize their investment portfolios in line with 1.5 degree science. If the real economy is net zero, then lending, insurance, and investment would automatically be net zero. But the real economy is not net zero. So we are using insurance, lending, and investment as a lever to decarbonize the real economy. So companies that are within an investment portfolio, how can you engage with them so that they can have a transition, a credible transition towards net zero as companies in the real economy? So, however, that's only one side of the balance sheet. This is what Renaud was talking about. On the liability of the side of the balance sheet, how can you use your underwriting portfolio to decarbonize the real economy? And that's when we founded the Net Zero Insurance Alliance in 2019 and launched it at the G20 Climate Summit last year in Venice, starting with 8 companies. So just to summarize what Renaud was talking about earlier, how can insurance support decarbonization? Yes, you can set underwriting criteria, that's one, on fossil fuels. If you really follow the science and read the IPCC, latest IPCC report, it is not possible to have a credible, for you to set a credible target that you can say is aligned with 1.5 degrees and net zero if there's no phasing out and phasing down of fossil fuels. So underwriting criteria is an important, exclusions are important for certain activities. However, if we need to transition the entire economy to net zero, so just like on investment, if you are an active owner and on shareholder engagement, you can do that on insurance. You can engage with your corporate clients, you can engage with your retail clients on their decarbonization pathways. Third, you can also ensure the transition, just like you can finance the transition. If you can invest in renewables and lend to projects that are conserving energy, you can do the same for insurance, all the way to nature-based solutions. And then claims management, as we mentioned earlier, repairing instead of replacing. This is really uniquely insurance because there's nothing in finance that covers claims management, just like insurance. And then if you look at your risk management framework, be it a sustainability risk management framework or enterprise risk management framework, you can start embedding net zero criteria into that. And just like any other industry, you can engage with policymakers and regulators on a science-based and socially just transition to net zero. What Renaud mentioned earlier is this partnership with the Partnership for Carbon Accounting and Financials. What was lacking for the past decade or so was, for more than a decade, all the topic about emissions reduction and finance were focused on banking and investment. That's why all the metrics associated with finance and decarbonization pertain to lending and investment. And this is because of the view that lending and investment can help decarbonize. And now we're saying that insurance can also help decarbonize. So the basic idea here is very simple. How can you attribute emissions from the real economy, from companies in the real economy, and attribute those emissions to calculate the fair share of insurance contracts of those emissions? The banks have done it, the investors have done it, that they can calculate what is their share of emissions. There is no standard or metrics for insurance until next month when this standard will be launched. It will cover P&C, commercial lines, and also retail motor. That's the idea so far. And maybe we cover other lines of business later on. What does this mean for all of you? What does it mean? It will change fundamental insurance practice around the world. Because now, as underwriters, you will then start to have to ask carbon and greenhouse gas information from your clients. Before, there was no correlation. It was simply saying, oh, what's the loss history? Now you have to start to think about what is your greenhouse gas emissions footprint. And then, because I am interested as an insurance company to reduce those emissions in line with the net zero pathway. That is, and if it changes fundamental insurance practice, ultimately it will change regulatory and supervisory practice along the way. The other thing that will change insurance practice is this target setting protocol that Renaud was saying. That will be launched ideally in January. And the first one with PCAF is simply accounting. It's simply measuring emissions in the real economy and attributing that to insurance contracts. This is what will bend the emissions curve, because once that this target setting guidance is out, then insurance companies have to set their own targets for their respective underwriting portfolios to reduce their emissions. And that will be the real impact that this alliance will make. Because then insurers will then have to measure themselves against those targets every year and start looking whether they are progressing on their net zero journey. And this is how this whole alliance will support the chart to net zero by mid-century. And that target setting guide, the first version at least will focus on near-term targets, because the real agenda is not to go to 2050 at the moment. Yes, that's a long-term goal. The real agenda, if we want to get to net zero by mid-century, is to cut emissions in half this decade. If we don't cut emissions in half this decade, we can forget about the net zero journey. So this is the real agenda right now. Forget about 2050 for now. Think about this decade, and this is why the UN is calling it the decade of action, because if you don't cut emissions in half, it's going to be very, very difficult to achieve net zero. So this is the timeline, and by mid next year, we should see the different companies of the alliance setting their individual targets on net zero for underwriting. These are the 29 companies that have joined the Net Zero Insurance Alliance. What's up next? We will have a commitment for brokers. We want them to be part of that Net Zero Alliance. We also want insurance associations like Hellenic Association of Insurance Companies to support this initiative as well. So we would like commitment from the entire ecosystem to drive this agenda. And at the moment, we have 15% of world premium committed. If you believe in the Pareto principle, then we're 5% off the 2080 threshold. So what does impact mean? If you simply put a thermometer in an underwriting portfolio and it comes out to 1.5 degrees, that's good. However, if there is no consequent emissions reductions in the real economy, that's not good. That's tantamount to greenwashing. Efforts by insurers should lead to emissions reductions in the real economy. And in the anniversary of the PSI in June, we had the CEO, the chairman of ABB, Technology and Electrification Company, the CEO of Syngenta, Agriculture, the CEO of Holcim, Cement. And they were engaging with chief underwriting officers on how insurers could be a partner for decarbonization of these companies. This is the theory of change in net zero. And we believe that insurers can play a big role there. So let me go further into other topics on finishing on net zero. Number one, the Alliance is also part of the UN Race to Zero campaign. And this is really a campaign for non-state actors, including local governments and private entities, to be part of the net zero in addition to what governments are doing. The reason why we wanted to do this is we didn't want this alliance to be a greenwashing exercise. We can't allow it to be a greenwashing exercise. It is part of the UN, and we need to make sure that it is credible and accountable. Secondly, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. So we are not the only alliance. There's a banking alliance, there's an asset owner alliance, etc. That's co-chaired by Mark Carney and Mike Bloomberg. What does this mean? The objective is very simple. We want every professional financial decision to take net zero into account. So whether you lend, whether you invest, whether you insure, net zero has to be part of the practice. And so this is the plumbing for net zero in the financial sector so that it will be taken on by everyone and not just by insurers. Adaptation and resilience, which is go back to what the minister was saying. I cannot underscore how important that is, because if you talk about sustainable development, it's about meeting the needs of the present without compromising the needs of future generations. Without adaptation and resilience, there will be no future generations to protect, because everyone, or many, the most vulnerable, will be wiped out already. As Renaud had mentioned, Pakistan, there's Cuba, there's Africa. So what we've done at the PSI is we've worked with 55 of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world through their ministries of finance to help provide insurance protection for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, because they are the backbone of economies in developing countries, and they are systematically vulnerable to climate change. So this is our biggest contribution to adaptation and financial resilience, and it's important that we continue to drive that effort. Climate is not the only big problem around the world. Nature loss or biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation is the other one. And by the end of this year in Montreal, there will be an equivalent of the Paris Agreement on climate change for reversing nature loss and addressing biodiversity loss. And that will happen by the end of this year. The third planetary crisis is pollution. And one of the biggest agendas in pollution is plastic pollution. Not just macroplastic, but microplastic that is actually in most of us already right now. And the science is compelling on chemicals added to plastics. There's more emerging science on nanoplastics. But it is such a big issue that the UN will forge a legally binding treaty, just like on climate, just like on biodiversity, by 2024 to reverse plastic pollution. So on biodiversity, again, the science is not good. The decline since 1970 is very bad, particularly
όσον αφορά τη
for
βιοποικιλότητα, τα
freshwater
θέματα
ecosystems
επίσης είναι πάρα πολύ επίγοντα.
So if net zero is the mantra on climate change mitigation, nature positive is the mantra for nature. What we want to do is that we want to reverse the nature loss this decade, and then to achieve full recovery by 2050. This is what we mean by a nature-positive economy that goes side by side with a resilient net zero economy. So what has the PSI done? We've done work with insurers on protecting natural World Heritage sites, on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, one of the most destructive practices in the ocean. So marine hull underwriters have a guide for that. We have done guides on plastic pollution. Hydropower, high-impact hydropower is the biggest source of freshwater ecosystems decline around the world. Most rivers around the world are no longer free-flowing, and there's around 3,000 plus dams that are supposed to be constructed in the coming years. So this is a very clear case again of how we can reverse nature loss and what we can do with insurers as you navigate these issues. So that's why if there's net zero insurance, there's nature positive insurance that we've conceptualized with the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, using some of these concepts that I just shared with you on different parts of the pollution agenda. Now on the wider ESG guide, before we had to deal with companies who had a few companies who had a ESG or sustainability framework. So the excuse by others was that, well, it's only for the big players, etc. Now, in 2020, we produced the global guide for ESG for non-life business. So if you're an insurance company and you may be a medium-sized company or a small company, there is now a guide for you to follow. So it's not only a few, we want many to have an ESG guide for their underwriting transactions covering climate, nature, pollution, human rights violations, bribery and corruption on governance. We want insurance companies to systematically assess ESG risks in their portfolio. If you are a life and health insurer, earlier this year we now produce an ESG guide for life and health underwriting, where the main risks are mortality, morbidity, longevity, and hospitalization risks. So again, if you are a life and health insurer, there's no excuse. There is now a global life and health guide for ESG in underwriting and life and health insurance. What else are we doing? At COP27, we will be launching the world's first sustainable insurance roadmap. Most sustainable finance roadmaps there, including the EU roadmaps and EU countries, are actually, when you read them, it's about investment and lending. It's really not about insurance. And when it talks about insurance, it's only about insurance and adaptation. That's it. So what we're trying to do is to create the world's first sustainable insurance roadmap. California is the biggest insurance market in the US. They will be delivering that through their insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lara. next month at COP27. And this is not simply a developed world agenda. The Brazilians are doing a similar exercise on climate. The Costa Ricans are also doing something, a roadmap, and the Africans also have an agenda. These are strategies and roadmaps that are supported by the PSI, and I honestly think there should be a Greek sustainable insurance roadmap as well. So these are all pre-pandemic images to show that the sustainable insurance agenda is really being embraced around the world. It's not simply a Eurocentric agenda or a northern agenda. This is a north, south, east, west agenda. I mentioned regulators and supervisors. We also created a PSI for regulators in 2016, and they are the first group of regulators to support the TCFD recommendations. They're now also looking at nature-related risks for the insurance industry. So if you want to know how insurance regulators around the world are looking at nature in addition to climate risks and insurance portfolios, look at that report of the Sustainable Insurance Forum for regulators. So a few months ago, as I mentioned, we were at the Swiss Re Center for Global Dialogue, where we finalized the principles for sustainable insurance 10 years ago. And in that event, we articulated what are the priorities of the PSI in this decade of action. So I will go back to that triangle at the start, and you can see, hopefully, what I explained, what the PSI is doing. We are sharpening the axe of insurers in climate risk assessment and ESG risk management across non-life and life and health. We are using insurance to decarbonize the real economy. We are using insurance to provide financial resilience for the most vulnerable, and we're using investments of insurers to decarbonize the real economy as well. This is really the agenda for the PSI in the coming 8 years in the decade of action. And we believe that through different markets and market bodies like the Hellenic Association of Insurance Companies, that you can be a very good ally and part of this agenda in this decade of action. So thank you for having me today, despite the technical difficulties, and I look forward to engaging with the rest of you.
Η κυρία Διονυσία Αυγερινοπούλου, βουλευτής, πρόεδρος της Ηθικής Μόνιμης Επιτροπής
Miss Avyerinopoulou, MP, is going to take the floor.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καταρχάς θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω την Ένωση Ασφαλιστικών Εταιριών για την πρόσκληση να είστε εδώ σήμερα και να μου επιτρέψετε πριν ξεκινήσω την δική μου σύντομη ομιλία να χαιρετήσω τον επίτιμο καλεσμένο μας, εκπρόσωπο του χρηματοδοτικού προγράμματος, του περιβαλλοντικού προγράμματος του Οργανισμού Ηνωμένων Εθνών, λέγοντας ότι είναι πράγματι μια σημαντική μέρα σήμερα, ο εορτασμός της μέρας του ΟΗΕ, διότι ο ΟΗΕ, ασφαλιστής ο ίδιος της ειρήνης, είναι και ο σημαντικότερος διεθνής οργανισμός, ο οποίος προωθεί την παγκόσμια δράση για την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Και βέβαια το 2015 εξέδωσε ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό δημοσίευμα με τίτλο «The Financial System We Need», το οικονομικό μοντέλο παγκοσμίως που χρειαζόμαστε, το οποίο από τότε, από το 2015 έως σήμερα, μας έχει βάλει όλους εμάς που ασχολούμαστε με την περιβαλλοντική προστασία και την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής κρίσης να σκεφτόμαστε ότι πράγματι ένα από τα μέσα προστασίας της ζωής στον πλανήτη είναι η αλλαγή του οικονομικού συστήματος, η αλλαγή του χρηματοοικονομικού συστήματος και πλέον να έχουμε ενσωματώσει στις δικές μας περιβαλλοντικές αναλύσεις και νομοθεσίες πολύ σημαντικά θέματα χρηματοπιστωτικής ανάλυσης και βεβαίως και ασφαλιστικής ανάλυσης μέσα από τη χρηματοδότηση. Οπότε καλώς ήρθατε. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική η παρουσία σας εδώ σήμερα και ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Κυρίες και κύριοι, το διακύβευμα που απορρέει από την προϊούσα κλιματική κρίση είναι σπουδαίο και όπως υπόθηκε αφορά στην υγεία και την επιβίωση του συνόλου των ζώντων οργανισμών του πλανήτη μας. Η κοινή επιστημονική παραδοχή ότι η μέση θερμοκρασία του πλανήτη δεν πρέπει να αυξηθεί άνω του 1,5 βαθμούς Κελσίου, πέρα της οποίας η συνέχιση των εκπομπών των αερίων του θερμοκηπίου θα επιφέρει τη λεγόμενη επικίνδυνη ανθρωπογενή παρέμβαση για το κλίμα. Έτσι χαρακτηρίζεται. Δεν φαίνεται όμως αυτή η πρόβλεψη να έχει δημιουργήσει επί του παρόντος την αντίστοιχη διεθνή και περιφερειακή αλλά και εθνική, ανάλογα με τα κράτη, δράση για την επίτευξη αυτού του στόχου. Και με τα υπάρχοντα σενάρια που έχουμε, αν θέλουμε να είμαστε ρεαλιστικοί, θα προχωρήσουμε σχεδόν σε διπλάσια μέση αύξηση της παγκόσμιας θερμοκρασίας, περί τα 2,4 έως το 2050, και μπορεί να αυξηθεί ο μέσος όρος θερμοκρασίας ακόμα και ως το 3 βαθμούς Κελσίου ως το 2100. Αυτό τι μπορεί να σημαίνει? Σημαίνει ότι αρκετές από τις πόλεις μας και σίγουρα σημαντικό τμήμα των παρακτήων περιοχών, μεταξύ των οποίων και της Ελλάδας που είναι μια παράκτια περιοχή, θα βρεθούν τις επόμενες δεκαετίες κάτω από το νερό, ενώ τα καιρικά φαινόμενα στις υπόλοιπες περιοχές θα γίνουν ακόμα πιο έντονα και πιο συχνά. Ήδη λοιπόν οι αρνητικές αυτές επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής γίνονται κατανοητές από όλο και ένα μεγαλύτερο διεθνές τμήμα του πληθυσμού, αλλά και βέβαια κάνουν και συχνή την παρουσία τους στην Ελλάδα, κυρίως ως φυσικές καταστροφές και ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα. Στη χώρα μας, όπως και σε άλλες χώρες, αντιμετωπίζουμε πλημμύρες, μικρά τσουνάμι, μεγαλύτερες πυρκαγιές, αλλά και φαινόμενα που ονομάζονται της αργής έναρξης, όπως είναι η διάβρωση των ακτών. Ενώ ο σπουδαίος πλούτος της χώρας μας, ιδίως ως προς την χλωρίδα και στην πανίδα του, η βιοποικιλότητά της δηλαδή, χάνεται σταδιακά από την κλιματική αλλαγή και επηρεάζονται βαθύτατα και οι τομείς της οικονομικής μας δραστηριότητας, όπως η γεωργία, η κτηνοτροφία, ο τουρισμός, το εμπόριο, ενώ οι οικονομικές επιπτώσεις της αντιμετώπισης της προϊούσας κλιματικής αλλαγής και της θωράκισης αυτών των φυσικών και άλλων υποδομών ανέρχονται σε εκατομμύρια ευρώ. Ήδη ακούσαμε μια εισήγηση από τον Υπουργό Κλιματικής Κρίσης, τον κύριο Στυλιανίδη, ο οποίος αναφέρθηκε στα πολλά εκατομμύρια ευρώ τα οποία πρέπει να δώσουμε από τον εθνικό προϋπολογισμό κάθε φορά για την αντιμετώπιση των επιπτώσεων των φυσικών καταστροφών αλλά και για τη θωράκισή τους, και ένας από τους λόγους επιβάρυνσης του προϋπολογισμού του εθνικού είναι και το γεγονός ότι δεν υπάρχει και αρκετή ιδιωτική ασφάλιση στη χώρα για να αποζημιώσει τους πολίτες στην περίπτωση αυτών των καταστροφών. Η χώρα μας βέβαια είναι από τις χώρες που έχει υιοθετήσει σειρά νομοθετημάτων και κειμένων και πολιτικών και στρατηγικών, τα οποία δίνουν άμεσα ή έμεσα στην αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής κρίσης και στη διαχείριση του κλιματικού κινδύνου, όπως είναι και ο πρώτος εθνικός κλιματικός νόμος, τον οποίο υιοθετήσαμε προσφάτως, αλλά και η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή, το Εθνικό Σχέδιο για την Ενέργεια και το Κλίμα, ρυθμίσεις που έχουμε σε διαφορετικά νομοθετήματα για την προώθηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, και πάει λέγοντας. Και αναφέρομαι σε αυτά τα νομοθετήματα γιατί δεν είναι δεδομένο ότι οι χώρες έχουν επαρκή κλιματική νομοθεσία, και μάλιστα όταν υιοθετήσαμε τον πρώτο εθνικό κλιματικό νόμο στη χώρα πριν από λίγους μήνες και στη συνέχεια πήγαμε στη Σουηδία για να γιορτάσουμε τα 50 χρόνια από την πρώτη διάσκεψη του ΟΗΕ για το περιβάλλον, πάρα πολλά κράτη μας ρωτήσανε για το περιεχόμενο του κλιματικού νόμου, και επίσης το τμήμα, το UNDP, το τμήμα ανάπτυξης, ο Οργανισμός Ανάπτυξης του Οργανισμού Ηνωμένων Εθνών, έχει ζητήσει τη βοήθεια της Ελλάδας μεταξύ άλλων κρατών για την ενημέρωση τρίτων χωρών για τον κλιματικό νόμο, για την κλιματική νομοθεσία, και χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ να συνεργαζόμαστε με τα Ηνωμένα Έθνη για αυτά τα ζητήματα. Στην Επιτροπή Περιβάλλοντος της Βουλής, η οποία δεν είναι νομοπαρασκευαστική επιτροπή, αλλά είναι μια ειδικότερη επιτροπή, συζητούμε δηλαδή ειδικότερα ζητήματα, έχουμε υπογραμμίσει το ζήτημα της αποζημίωσης των κινδύνων και την ανάγκη ενίσχυσης του ασφαλιστικού τομέα σε σχέση με την κλιματική κρίση. Πάνω στο ζήτημα αυτό έχει υπογραμμιστεί ότι στην Ελλάδα αλλά και διεθνώς κυριαρχεί η ασφάλιση από τις ζημίες από τις φυσικές καταστροφές. Έχουμε ανησυχηθεί ότι καθώς η συχνότητα, η ένταση και η χωρική επίδραση των ακραίων φυσικών φαινομένων αναμένεται να ενταθούν λόγω της κλιματικής κρίσης, ότι υπάρχει ανάγκη εξέβρεσης και εφαρμογής μηχανισμών αποφυγής, μετριασμού και αποκατάστασης των ζημιών από τις φυσικές καταστροφές, και σε αυτό το πλαίσιο πρέπει να υιοθετήσουμε και πολιτικές ασφάλισης συμπεριλαμβανομένης της ιδιωτικής ασφάλισης από τον κλιματικό κίνδυνο. Στην Επιτροπή κατατέθηκαν σχετικά στοιχεία. Έχουμε καταστήσει σαφές ότι η ασφάλιση του κλιματικού ρίσκου είναι ένας αναδυόμενος τομέας στη χώρα μας, τον οποίο πρέπει να αναπτύξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, καθώς επί παραδείγματι υπόθηκαν και πριν κάποια στατιστικά, μόλις το 17% των ακινήτων είναι ασφαλισμένα, ενδεχομένως αλλού παραπάνω 18%, και δεν είναι σίγουρα παρακάτω ίσως. Ενώ το αντίστοιχο ποσοστό, όπως ακούσαμε στην Ευρώπη, ξεπερνά το 60% και υπάρχουν και χώρες οι οποίες αγγίζουν το 80%. Και σε αρκετές ευρωπαϊκές χώρες, για παράδειγμα, η ασφάλιση ενός ακινήτου είναι αναγκαστική, προηγείται αναγκαστικά πριν από κάθε ενοικιαστήριο. Το άρθρο 23 του Εθνικού Κλιματικού Νόμου της χώρας προβλεπόταν η ασφάλιση κινδύνου από την κλιματική αλλαγή για κατοικίες. Αυτή θα αποτελούσε υποχρέωση από την 1η Ιανουαρίου του 2025 για τα νέα κτίρια που βρίσκονταν σε ζώνες υψηλής τροτότητας, δηλαδή τα κτίρια σε γεωγραφικές ζώνες με υψηλή πιθανότητα πλημμύρας και τα κτίρια πλησίων δασικών περιοχών που χαρακτηρίζονται από υψηλό κίνδυνο πυρκαγιάς. Είχαμε προτείνει αυτά να ασφαλίζονται υποχρεωτικά και συγκεκριμένα, μάλλον με έμεση υποχρεωτικότητα. Αυτό το οποίο προτείναμε ήταν η ασφάλιση να αποτελεί προϋπόθεση για την ηλεκτροδότηση του κτηρίου και έτσι προφανώς καθίσταται εμέσως υποχρεωτικής. Παρ' όλα αυτά, μετά από συζητήσεις που έγιναν στην Επιτροπή, κυρίως από συναδέλφους και από άλλα κόμματα, δεν προσθέθηκε αυτό το άρθρο στο νομοσχέδιο το τελικό και κρίναμε ότι πρέπει να τύχει περισσότερης επεξεργασίας. Μάλιστα στην Επιτροπή Περιβάλλοντος της Βουλής συζητήσαμε και την περίπτωση αυτού του είδους η ασφάλιση να μπορεί να καλύπτει και κτίρια που βρίσκονται σε τμήματα της παράκτιας ζώνης και απειλούνται μελλοντικά από τη διάβρωση των ακτών σε σεισμογενείς περιοχές και πάει λέγοντας. Οπότε και με την αφορμή της σημερινής συζήτησης θα ήθελα να απευθύνω μία πρόσκληση και σε εσάς στο Σύνδεσμο, αλλά και όσες εταιρείες επιθυμούν μεμονωμένα να συζητήσουμε εκ νέου τις ανάγκες αυτής της ασφάλισης, έτσι ώστε να έρθει ένα πιο συνεκτικό νομικό πλαίσιο για το θέμα της ασφάλισης από τους κλιματικούς κινδύνους. Αυτό όμως που είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό και το έκανε η χώρα μας θεσμικά είναι το ότι προχώρησε σε δύο σημαντικές καινοτομίες. Πρώτον, και όπως είπαμε, είχαμε την ευκαιρία να δούμε εδώ, να παρακολουθήσουμε την εισήγηση του Υπουργού του κ. Στυλιανίδη. Φτιάξαμε για πρώτη φορά το Υπουργείο Κλιματικής Κρίσης και Πολιτικής Προστασίας. Έτσι λοιπόν, εκτός από το Υπουργείο Περιβάλλοντος και Ενέργειας, εκτός από το Υπουργείο Υποδομών και τα άλλα στην αρμόδια Υπουργεία, τώρα έχουμε και ένα ειδικότερο Υπουργείο για να συζητούμε αυτά τα θέματα, αλλά έγινε και για πρώτη φορά θεσμοθετήθηκε μία θέση υφυπουργού παρά το Πρωθυπουργό για την οικονομική αντιμετώπιση των φυσικών και ανθρωπογενών καταστροφών, ο οποίος είναι θέση την οποία τώρα κατέχει ο κ. Τριαντόπουλος και είναι υπεύθυνος για τη λεγόμενη κρατική αρρωγή, την αρρωγή η οποία έρχεται μετά από τις φυσικές καταστροφές. Και σίγουρα ευελπιστούμε να έχουμε παραπάνω τη συνδρομή του ιδιωτικού τομέα, διότι όπως είπαμε, μόνο τα χρήματα του εθνικού προϋπολογισμού και τα χρήματα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης που δίνει κατ' εξαίρεση και προϋποθέσεις για την αντιμετώπιση των κλιματικών και άλλων κινδύνων δεν επαρκούν. Αλλά εκτός από το ρόλο, τον πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο των ασφαλιστικών εταιριών στην ασφάλιση κινδύνου από τις κλιματικές αλλαγές και στη συνέχεια στην στήριξη της ανοικοδόμησης μετά από μια επερχόμενη ανθρωπογενή και φυσική καταστροφή, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική και η συμβολή των ασφαλιστικών εταιριών ως θεσμικούς χρηματοδότες, ως χρηματοδότες, για να μπορέσουμε να ενισχύσουμε ακόμα περισσότερο τις λεγόμενες πράσινες επενδύσεις. Διότι τόσο διεθνώς, όπως είπαμε, κυρίως από το 2015, λίγο πριν, λίγο μετά, σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο έχουμε δώσει ιδιαίτερη έμφαση στα νέα χρήματα τα οποία χρειαζόμαστε για να υλοποιήσουμε τα περιβαλλοντικά μας προγράμματα, όχι μόνο τη θωράκιση από την κλιματική κρίση, αλλά και εν γέννη τα περιβαλλοντικά προγράμματα, όπως τη διαχείριση των αποβλήτων, την παραγωγή ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και πάει λέγοντας. Για αυτά τα προγράμματα χρειαζόμαστε χρειαζόμαστε παραπάνω χρηματοδοτήσεις. Έτσι λοιπόν υπάρχει τώρα μια διεθνή στάση, διεθνικοί επενδυτές, είτε είναι ιδιωτικοί είτε είναι δημόσιοι στο χαρακτήρα τους, είτε είναι διεθνείς οργανισμοί, είτε είναι παγκόσμιες εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα και πάει λέγοντας, να δίνουν ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ποσοστό πλέον του προϋπολογισμού τους για τις περιβαλλοντικές επενδύσεις. Υπολογίζεται ότι υπάρχει μία τάση γύρω το 25 με 30% του συνολικού προϋπολογισμού των επενδυτικών εταιριών να δίνεται πλέον στις πράσινες επενδύσεις και ελπίζουμε ότι αυτό θα έχει μία ανωδική πορεία. Σε αυτή ακριβώς την διεθνή πρωτοβουλία εμπίπτει και μεγάλο ποσοστό των ασφαλιστικών εταιριών, οι οποίες τόσο οι ίδιες με δική τους επιλογή δίνουν χρηματοδότηση επιπλέον στις περιβαλλοντικές και κλιματικές επενδύσεις, όσο και παρενούν τους επενδυτές τους, τους ασφαλιζόμενους στις επιλογές του χαρτοφυλακίου όταν έχουν την δυνατότητα επιλογών να επιλέξουν περιβαλλοντικά ευαίσθητες και βέβαια και κοινωνικά ευαίσθητες επενδύσεις. Έτσι λοιπόν είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικός ο ρόλος των ασφαλιστικών εταιριών στην εμπέθωση και στην προστασία του κλίματος. Θα ήθελα να πω κλείνοντας ότι εκτός από τους γνωστούς τομείς τους οποίους συζητούμε συνεχώς όταν αναφερόμαστε στην ασφάλιση για το κλίμα, θα πρέπει ειδικά σε χώρες όπως η Ελλάδα, που είναι χώρες εκτός από τουριστικές, είναι χώρες αγροτικές, να έχουμε υπόψη και τον ειδικότερο ασφαλιστικό τομέα που έχει να κάνει με την ασφάλιση της αγροτικής παραγωγής. Στη χώρα μας αυτή τη στιγμή η ασφάλιση της αγροτικής παραγωγής γίνεται μέσα από τον ΕΛΓΑ και συστήματα τα οποία είναι συνδεόμενα με τον ΕΛΓΑ, όμως φαίνεται ότι είναι ένας φορέας ο οποίος χρήζει αναθεώρησης και καινοτομίας, βρίσκεται στις προτεραιότητες του Πρωθυπουργού Κυριάκου Μητσοτάκη να προχωρήσουμε στην αναθεώρηση του ΕΛΓΑ και να καλωσορίσουμε μέσα σε αυτό το νέο σύστημα, το οποίο σύντομα θα ανακοινωθεί και θα σας δοθεί ευκαιρία να συμμετάσχετε σε αυτό, και τη συμμετοχή του ιδιωτικού τομέα για την ανασφάλιση της αγροτικής παραγωγής. Έχουμε μια πολύ όμορφη χώρα την οποία πρέπει να προστατεύσουμε. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και πάλι για ό,τι κάνετε σήμερα και στο μέλλον.
Ο κύριος Κώστας Συνολάκης, ακαδημαϊκός, πρόεδρος του Κολεγίου Αθηνών και
And now Professor Sinolakis, academic, he's the chairman of the Scientific Committee on Climate Change in Greece.
To be with you in person, but as it happened, I have another talk this morning elsewhere. So, I will talk about planetary health, carbon emissions, and global warming. And I will show you that this has been an idea 200 years in the making. To start with, I think you all know that carbon dioxide concentrations have been increasing, and even with a lower emission scenario by the end of this century, we are going to be entirely in uncharted territory. What this has done, one of the consequences is the increase in the sea level, and here I've taken only the last 30 years, where the trend has been 3.2 millimeters per year, and by some accounts this is accelerating. Future estimates of the rise of sea level, these are in 2010, call for about 1.2 meters by the turn of the century, and we now know that most probably this is, even if we stop the emissions by 2050, this is, we go to net zero by 2050, this is what we will be getting at 2100. Talking about the health of the planet, as you well know, the oceans are a key to understanding climate change, and this is because the oceans absorb a much more energy, thermal energy, than the atmosphere and the land. And here in this graphic, you can see, the land is, the brown at the bottom, the atmosphere is, the little teeny tiny line in purple, very, very near the bottom, and, the dark blue is the deep ocean and the light blue is the upper ocean. So you can see that the oceans are a key to understanding, climate change. And one of the problems that we are very, very concerned with is ocean acidification, which has profound consequences for practically all marine animals, particularly marine calcifiers such as corals, mollusks, and others. Here I want to discuss some milestones in climate science, starting from 200 years ago from Fourier. Fourier, very well known for his Fourier analysis that we use so much in engineering, reasoned that the energy coming in from the sun in the form of visible and ultraviolet light was able to pass through the atmosphere, but that the infrared radiation that's reflected back from the surface of the Earth to space does not go through so readily. Almost 30 years later, the American Eunice Foote had this incredible insight and concluded that an atmosphere of carbon dioxide would give to our Earth a high temperature. Moving ahead, in about the same time, John Tydal in the UK thought, and read his foresight. As a dam built across a river causes a local deepening of the stream, so our atmosphere, thrown as a barrier across the terrestrial rays, produces a local heightening of the temperature of the Earth's surface. And then by the end of the 19th century, Arrhenius was able to quantify the influence of CO2. Moving a little bit more forward in time, around the first half of the 20th century, the American physicist Holbert took a fresh approach and calculated the global average temperature increase that would result from a doubling of the atmospheric carbon dioxide. The result was prediction of about 4 degrees. And let me remind you, this is not at all a bad estimate, because this has been this is where we're heading to if we do not get to net zero by 2050, and basically we do nothing. At about the same time, Guy Callender, also from the UK, figured out a little bit more about how the heat absorption of carbon dioxide and how that would affect the temperature. Moving ahead, of course, the most significant advance in the last century was the Keeling curve, and here is on the top is Keeling getting the National Medal of Science from President George Bush, and this is the famous Keeling curve, which shows us that from 1960, this is the Keeling curve actually starting from 1985, but Keeling did his work in the 1950s, how the carbon dioxide concentrations keep increasing, and you're going to see a little wiggle, and this has to do with how the seasonal variation between winter and summer. At the same time, you're also going to see the increase in the methane concentrations, and on the other side of the methane is a very potent greenhouse gas, and on the other side you're going to see the rate of increase, which is very, very important. And you see, not only is the concentrations of carbon dioxide increasing, but the rate of increase of the concentrations, that's also increasing. Now, after Keeling, back in 1972, a very significant idea that came in was the limit to growth. A group of MIT professors who were commissioned by the so-called Club of Rome, which was like a think tank, and they figured out that the world could not possibly, keep on growing, with population growth and material production, and stay within the planetary limits. And they concluded that it would take about 50 to 100 years to reach these planetary limits, and we are a little bit past the 50. In fact, 1972 to now, we are on the 50-year mark, and their prediction, unfortunately, was correct. We reached our planetary limits, and we have to go back. Now, what is the worst scenario, talking about the planetary health, and why is it important to us? Let's look at Venus. In the 1980s, measurements from the NASA Pioneer mission first suggested that Venus might have had an ocean. in the planet's early stages, the ocean evaporated and water vapor molecules were broken apart by ultraviolet radiation, and hydrogen escaped. With no water left on the surface, carbon dioxide levels started building up in the atmosphere, and this led to a runaway greenhouse effect. What is the consequence? Right now, the Venus has a carbon dioxide atmosphere that's almost 90 times as thick as the Earth's. There is no water vapor, and the temperature is 462 degrees Celsius. That is a very bad scenario for the Earth. So, why to worry about climate change, even if we take this extreme scenario out? Because in our past, we know of how extreme events have affected life on Earth. And what we're particularly concerned with is planetary tipping points. Tipping point is where an extreme event takes place, and then the life on Earth changes. And this happened 66 million years ago in the Chicxulub impact. So, why are we acting so slowly? The way we perceive extreme events, their mitigation and adaptation, depends on the interactions of reality, the scientific world, public opinion, and the world of government, business, and finance. And here I have portrayed this as 4 different clocks. Time, exactly at 12, this is the time that a natural event or an extreme event happens. It takes a while for the public, for the scientific world, to try to understand what just happened. Then it takes a while longer for public opinion to get together or try to understand what the scientists are saying. Unfortunately, the slower of them all is the governmental, business, and finance response, which after they see what the scientists say, what the public opinion is, it is only then that they decide they need to take action. And this is where we are now. I mean, science has already, for 200 years now, ringing the bells about planetary health. We have all the information that we need. Public opinion is with us and has come there, and finally, we're at a point where government, business, and in this particular case, the insurance industry, which, by the way, has done its part, need to act. Whenever we see scenes like this, we always ask, and I'm always asked the question, was this caused by climate change? Can we say yes with confidence? About 10 years ago, no, we could not say yes with confidence. I think now we're at the point that we can associate most extreme events that we see with climate change, particularly events that have to do with flooding. And here is one explanation. Warmer air holds more water. For each degree change in temperature at the atmosphere warms, it can hold up to 7% more water vapor that could fall as rain. And I mean, here you see a graphic that explains this. What is the consequence of this? The consequence of this, and we have data in terms of what happens in the United States, this is for billion-dollar disasters adjusted for the consumer price index, and you can see the increase in the last 40 years from 1980, in terms of different disasters. In 2021 alone, I mean last year alone, this is the distribution of billion-dollar disasters, weather and climate disasters in the United States. And just in 2021, there were 20 weather and climate-related disasters with losses exceeding 1 billion, affecting different areas in the United States, of the United States. Here, there is a different breakdown going in from 1980 to 2021 that you can see how many events were in drought, flooding, freeze, severe storms, tropical cyclones, wildfires, winter storms, and all disasters. And one part that you can see that is really alarming is not just the economic cost, but it's also the deaths per year, which have been climbing. Looking now, at different periods. If you look at the period of the 90s, the 80s, 1980 to the 1989, 1990 to 1999. If you look at the, compare 4 different decades, and this is, the top of the chart that you can see it. I mean, you can tell that particularly in the last decade, the death rate from disasters has started climbing up, rapidly. And you can see this also what happens in the last 5 years and also what has happened in the last year. So this is something that should be of great concern. It is not just, the financial losses. It's not just the fact that, a lot of communities may not be resilient, they may never be able to recover no matter how much money you pour in, which is what happened in New Orleans, but it's also the increasing death toll. Let's examine what climate change means for the frequency of extreme events. As the global temperature rises, the chance of experiencing a 50-year event increases from 2% per year to nearly 80% per year. A 50-year event is when the temperature exceeds a level seen only once during the 50-year baseline period from 1850 to 1900. And by all accounts, we used to think as the 50-year event as an extreme event. Of course, looking ahead to the future, we have to redefine what extreme means. This is what happens in the United States. You can see that this is, last July, a map of the western United States and the areas that are in extreme drought. What is the consequences of all this extreme drought? And I will give you an example from fires in 2021. As you know, in Greece, we had the Evia fires, but in Northern California, there were the fires around Lake Tahoe. And here I've put in the maps up to the same scale to show how these are mega fires. And as far as Lake Tahoe is concerned, I'll relate the headline from the New York Times: "They spared no expense. The fire came in over the ridge anyway." This is the kind of situation that we're in when we have this kind of extreme droughts. As you can see, they're becoming more frequent. Once-in-a-decade storms have become more common. As the global temperature rises, as explained earlier, extreme precipitation events will drop more water. This means the biggest one-day precipitation dumps, rain, that had happened in once a decade will now become more common. We're particularly concerned about these intense precipitation events because these are the ones that produce flash floods, for example, of the kind that happened in Agia Pelagia last week. In terms of hurricanes, which are really these huge storms, in 2005, Kerry Emanuel proposed the Power Dissipation Index as a measure of the hurricanes or tropical cyclones intensity in the North Atlantic, and he compared the intensity of the hurricane to the average sea temperature. And you can tell here, you can hardly distinguish the two curves. So the intensity of the hurricanes increases at the same rate as the sea surface temperature. We definitely do not want to see this in the Mediterranean, but I'm afraid we will. One of the things that we worry more about is that hurricanes now, when they move slower, they can dump more rain. And this is what happened in Houston, Texas in 2017. And the rainfall lasted for 4 days, and it reached up to about 100 for the entire month, but most of it, the precipitation took over 4 days, 140 centimeters of rain. So, where do we stand? Unfortunately, global warming will happen faster than we think. Three trends combine: rising emissions, declining air pollution, and natural climate cycles. And in the next 20 years, they will accelerate global warming, and natural disasters will be more furious than anticipated. The world has set a goal in the Paris Climate Agreement to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. According to Jeffrey Sachs, to go higher than 1.5 degrees would jeopardize life on the planet, with a potential multi-meter rise in sea level, the collapse of critical ecosystems, the release of methane from thawing permafrost, possibly triggering runaway global warming. The world is on a trajectory to a catastrophic 2.7 increase in global temperatures by 2100. A very basic idea is that climate has tipping points. And tipping points, just to give you some examples from our technological world, is what happened with the Korean ferry that took a turn in calm weather, capsized, over 300 school kids died. The Malaysian Flight 370 that we're still looking disappeared in 2014, and the fiasco in 2019 with the Boeing 737 MAX, or more close to us with what happened with the pandemic. Insurance industry has played and can play a pivotal role in getting humanity to limit its excesses and lead us to sustainable growth. Thank you.
Ακολουθεί διάλειμμα. Το δεύτερο μέρος θα ξεκινήσει στις 12.
And we're going to take a break, and the second part will start at 12. Thank you.
Το δεύτερο μέρος της σημερινής παρουσίασης ξεκινάει με τον κύριο Ερίκο Μάτσο.
The second part of today's meeting starts with Mr. Dimitris Machos, Chairman of Property Reinsurance, Cargo and Health Committee. Good afternoon. This part will be in English.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Following the very interesting session this morning, I have the great pleasure to coordinate this second session. We will listen from experts from within the insurance industry, but also from experts who are close to the insurance industry, as to how we can build a more sustainable insurance industry. We know that insurance has accompanied societies and economies in growing better. By assuming the risks that people and businesses create through their activities, we allow them to test new ideas, to innovate, to grow, and as a matter of fact, as insurers, we are supporting growth and well-being. The same applies for sustainability. A more sustainable insurance industry will, by definition, lead to a more sustainable society. So we have the great pleasure to have with us today experts in the field who will share their views. We will start with and listen to Professor Philippe Koudouris, and then we will have a discussion with our panel speakers who are here physically or remotely from other places. So let me please introduce to you Professor Koudouris. I always struggle with Phoebe's CV. I'll try, and I asked for a very short CV this time. So Mrs. Koudouris is a PhD from the University of Cambridge. She's a professor of the School of Economics of the Athens University of Economic and Business. She is a professor at the Department of Technology, Management and Economics of the Technical University of Denmark. She's a director of a Sustainable Development Unit, Athena, Information Technologies Research Center. She's the president of the European Association of Environmental and Research Economists. She chairs the SDSN, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. She co-chairs the SDSN Europe and Greece, chairs the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on Euphoria. Mrs. Koudouris is listed in the official Stanford University list of the top 2% most cited world scientists. She's a European Research Council grantee, member of the Nobel Prize in Economics Nominating Committee, elected fellow of Academia Europe, and elected fellow and trustee of the World Academy of Arts and Science. That's not my fault, Phoebe. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much for being patient enough with my team. So if I can have the presentation, this is not the first slide. Can we go to the first slide, please? So I'm always very happy to be at this conference every year. I think it's the third or fourth time that I am with you today. Can we go to the very first slide? Can you go out of the presentation and go to the very first slide? And I am happy to be here because the industry of insurance is extremely important to what we try to do. And what we try to do is simultaneously handle the various challenges that we are facing in one common framework in order to save our wealth and our existence within that world through the sustainability transition. So this is an important industry, a very crucial stakeholder, and this forum here is one of the best forums in terms of speakers, in terms of participants, and in terms of audience. So I'm always happy to speak here because I hope it will have an impact. So if somebody tries to figure out what stage we are at the economic development
globally, we would say that we are facing multiple very severe crises. Obviously, it's the pandemic, the health crisis, the economic crisis, recession and deflation lately, the climate crisis, the increase in the severity and frequency of extreme weather events, the biodiversity collapse crisis, the collapse of the ecosystem on which our production and consumption is based. And to add to this, we had the energy crisis due to mainly climate destabilization, very hot summers, very cold winters, 2021 low wind capacity. So we ended up with increased demand for energy and low supply. And then came the war in Ukraine, which increased the energy crisis. It added to the food crisis. And in general, this is a very gloomy picture if you combine the population crisis across the world and the increased inequality crisis, not just within nations, but also between the developed world and the global south. We have our blueprint for the solution. It doesn't move forward. So if you can help me move forward, it would be good. Next slide. Can you change the slide? Very good. So we have a blueprint for a holistic transition to sustainability. And this can be the only guide, because unless we tackle simultaneously all these problems in an integrated and systemic framework, the transition, the ability of the world to get on a sustainable path, sustainable development path, is not there. Our blueprint are the 17 goals of sustainable development, 169 targets within them. This is not a fairy tale about how we want our future. It's something very exact. It's something that we quantify since 2015. Who is we? The United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We measure the progress of each and every country against the 17 goals, the 169 targets within them, and we measure this with at least 3 to 8 KPIs for each of the 169 targets. And you can find the global report on this since 2015. And I can tell you that the last 2 years, 2021, 2022 reports, they are announced early in the year. We have stagnation. The world has stopped making progress with regards to the SDGs, mostly due to the disruption of the pandemic. And you can see that where you have light colors, you have very low implementation of the SDGs. The darker colors are higher implementation of the SDGs. I direct this Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation in IFORIA, which has 3 major pillars. Is research and innovation on aspects that have to do with sustainable development. Our team has a strong focus on mathematical models, statistics, econometrics, economic and socio-political analysis, but we are interdisciplinary in terms of including a big number of natural scientists, engineers, and then stakeholder sciences to cover the whole spectrum of interdisciplinarity that is needed in order to analyze the transition, to have a very explicit, detailed pathway development of the technologies you need, the financial instruments that you need, and the policies that you need in order to achieve the transition. Then we also have a big section, so we have 5 different institutions on research and development, then 4 accelerators. Acceleration is crucial. Technological solutions and social solutions that enable the transition to sustainability need to be incubated and accelerated into the market for massive deployment. Unless we do that, we cannot make it on time. And our deadline is 2050. And in order to make the 2050 deadline with regards to goals that have to do with climate, that have to do with biodiversity, that have to do with socioeconomic development, we need to massively deploy the technology that we have in our hands. We are lucky in a way because now that we've reached tipping points on many of these targets, the technological advancement is in such a pace that allows us to be hopeful. Now, the big question mark is whether we will be able to massively deploy this technology and whether the people, the society, the company, the financial institutions, the policymakers, the politicians, the NGOs, the civil society will have the ability to adopt and use this technology. So it's a lot about capacity building, reskilling and upskilling, and connecting science-driven solutions with all the institutions that need to implement the transition. Again, the politicians, the policymakers, the financial institutions, the businesses, the NGOs, the civil society. Science and technology need a fast interface with all of them. And then, of course, as it's obvious, we work a lot with global and European institutions that try to build these interfaces with all these different stakeholders. And we are a big team, about 200 researchers, quite a lot of competitive funding to do this research that, again, our aim is to detail and downscale the pathways for the transition in order to enable the transition. Of course, it's not science only, it's not technology only. We have a major boost from policy now. At the moment, we have the SDGs, we have the Paris Agreement, which is well below 2 degrees. We need to keep the increase in global average temperature well below 2 degrees. But now we know, based on the 2018 IPCC report, that we are talking about 1.5%. We don't have the technology to live in a world of plus 2 degrees Celsius compared to the temperature in pre-industrial era. And then we also, if we move to Europe, which is the leadership example, and I'm going to focus on Europe, not because it's enough to transform Europe, it's not enough. Even if Europe was climate neutral today, climate effects will be as severe and as difficult across the world and within Europe. We need to transform Europe, the US, India, China, and have the rest of the world on board, okay? But let me show you the example of Europe, which is a leadership example. European Green Deal, end of 2019, 4-axis climate neutrality by 2050. This 2050 is very important. The European Green Deal, based on science, is more correct than the SDGs. It is impossible to become climate neutral by 2030. But 2050 is possible. And the deadline should be 2050. And this is our new campaign at the UN. We need to stick to the same goals because now the goals have become integrated in many national policies across the world. We know they work. We know they can be understood. We know they can be operationalized. Let's keep them like they are. Let's not change them. And let's go for 2050 with the same agenda. European Green Deal then, for access, climate neutrality 2050, reduction of pollution and protection of biodiversity, clean tech leadership for European companies, and social cohesion, leave no one behind. And we had 1 trillion for this to happen, some of it coming from the EU budget, and a lot of it hoped to be leveraged by public-private partnerships. 2020, early, we have the announcement of COVID, but the good news is that we remained, even after this huge non-linearity of COVID, we remained within the principles of the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal is still our growth strategy. 750 billion in addition to the EU multi-annual financial framework, EU Next Generation, most of it going to the recovery and resilience plans, 750 billion additional for investments that are climate mainstream, 37%, and digital mainstream, 20%. Climate mainstream means I invest in renewables, circular economy, biodiversity restoration and protection, and e-mobility. And digital mainstream means I invest in digital skills, connectivity, cybersecurity, and I deploy cutting-edge technologies. And if you're talking to your to the labor force, to your employees, these are the skills that they need to acquire. These are the skills that you need to invest so that they can acquire. For each sector of the economy, they transform into different skills, but these are the areas. These are the areas of future employment, a future starting from tomorrow. Then in 2021, we have again a very hectic, we call it the perfect storm in Brussels, a very hectic detailing of the European Green Deal. We have the climate law, it has been referred to. Greece has transposed it into a national law. We have the EU taxonomy. The EU taxonomy addresses financial institutions and identifies explicitly which are the green investments. These are investments that have to do with climate adaptation, mitigation, protection of water and marine resources, protection of biodiversity, and of course, circular economy. And then this attempt to divert the flow of capital to these investments in order to call them green and give them good loan conditions are also further enabled through the sustainability, the Corporate Sustainability Directive. Because the Corporate Sustainability Directive now gives you exact information on what information you need to include in your sustainability report. So it's the end of the era of kindergarten sustainability reports. Now we know what we have to report. We know that it has to be measured. We know that it has to be quantified. We know that it will be assessed and monitored. We know that it will be digitally tagged. Okay, and we know that the array of companies that are obliged to submit a sustainability report has increased. Finally, with regards to asset management and fiduciary management and insurance companies, we also have delegated acts that impose sustainability principles in the provision of advice to customers. In addition to all this, we have the Fit for 55, 13 legislative proposals on revising all directives and tax structures and ETS structures that have to do with energy and land use and mobility, so that by 2030 we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 55%, which is also explicitly included in the climate law. So 55% by 2030, 80% by 2040, climate neutral by 2050. 2022, we have all this discussion about whether nuclear and gas should be part of the taxonomy. It's a bad discussion. It was a bad discussion from the start. I explicitly said that in an opinion I was asked to write for the European Commission, because those two sources of energy are very dirty. Nuclear is toxic. Natural gas is it has a very heavy footprint in terms of CO2 emission, and at the same time, renewables are per unit cheaper, we control them, and they are clean. So you have no reason to say that new investments should look at difficult areas like fossil and nuclear, like natural gas and nuclear, because in any case, the conditions they have to meet, as they have been included in the delegated acts of the taxonomy, make them so expensive that no new investment in this area will happen. Unless technology makes it cheaper to produce nuclear without toxic waste, it will never happen that you have a new plan of nuclear within the taxonomy as it is introduced in the delegated acts. So that's a waste of time discussion, basically. Of course, now with the energy crisis, we are going to use the old ones, right? Because we don't have any option. We don't have the option because we were late in investing in renewables. And we are even more late in investing in the right grid to support. Of course, 2022, we also have the Destination Earth initiative, which is a very crucial digital improvement in terms of simulating the natural structure of Earth and allowing us to focus better in terms of climate events, in terms of biodiversity collapse, and understand how our interventions can change towards the sustainable pathway. And at the same time, we have the reaction to the war, which is REPowerEU, focusing on re-establishing connectivity after COVID, which was very serious and very difficult. Stop the independence of Russian fossil fuels. I say all fossil fuels, not just Russia, and also invest in renewables. So this is our policy framework, and the question is, this is a question we pose as the senior working group on the European Green Deal of the United Nations SDSN. How can we finance the joint implementation of the SDGs and the European Green Deal? We had all the European Green Deal policies, all the digital policies, and we asked the question, these policies amount to hundreds of thousands of pages. So it's really very difficult to keep up with all this storm of new policies. And you know that policies are not enough. The difficult part is not to understand the policies, is to implement them. That's why the big issue is time. It's not technology, is not money. We have both. It's the time to understand and downscale and detail what we have to do, each and every one of us. So do the European Green Deal policies facilitate the implementation of the SDGs? Well, in our cross-mapping, the European Green Deal is mostly focused on climate action, industry innovation and infrastructure, affordable clean energy, responsible consumption, production, and decent work and economy. And if you try to put this in an operational framework, this we presented in 2019 at the UN General Assembly. This is the way to operationalize at the government level the 17 SDGs. And they can be operationalized in 6 transformations that directly relate to explicit ministries within the governments. The transformation about education, health, decarbonization, sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, sustainable cities and communities, and the digital revolution for sustainable development. And if you put the European Green Deal in this framework, you will see that it is quite strong. These are the results of a machine learning exercise using deep neural network. The European Green Deal is very strong with regards to transformation 4 on sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, and 3 on decarbonization, but it's less strong on the digital transformation and is weak with regards to social cohesion, education, health, well-being, and demography. And without social cohesion, you cannot achieve transformation. You need everybody enabled to be part of the transformation. Does the European semester process facilitate the implementation of the SDGs? The answer is yes. And we have done an exercise of cross-mapping the recommendations of the semester process with the areas where countries have low performance, and we find that really SDG low performance calls for a recommendation from the European semester process. So the European Union sees where the problem is and tells the country you need to invest more in this area in order to align with the European average. And this happens, we've done the analysis for all the countries in Europe, and this happened at the 72%. The European semester process identified the difficulties that are already identified, within the low performance with regards to the SDGs. Do the RFFs tackle the problems with regards to the SDGs? Did the investments of the recovery and resilience plans focus in the areas where we have low SDG performance? Well, the answer, we've done the analysis for the 7 Southern European countries, and the answer is the RFFs tackle SDGs problem, but not efficiently, because most of the RFF money go to energy decarbonization, electrification of transport, and energy efficiency measures, whereas the lowest performance is with regards to food systems, biodiversity goals, diets, and health. So better alignment with the SDGs would be more efficient, and maybe an indication that additional cohesion fund should be invested there in the biodiversity and food systems and diets. Sustainable finance, now going closer to the financial sector. One of the biggest issues that got us where we are today is that in our cost-benefit analysis to identify which investments are worth the trouble, we only included the value of produced capital. However, produced capital is only a small proportion of the capital that we use in each and every investment possible. The biggest proportion of capital in terms of its value, which is defined by its scarcity and the demand for it, is natural capital. then is human capital, and then is produced capital. And for centuries, we've been identifying and prioritizing our investments by only looking at produced capital, because it's easy, because it's quantified in the market, because we have a monetized value. However, the last few decades, as economists, environmental and natural resource economists, I am honored to lead the European Association of those, which is the biggest in the world, with 85 countries and more than 2,000 institutional members. We have found ways to quantify the effect of different investments on ecosystem services, provisioning regulated habitat services, and monetize that effect. So you know what is the monetary value of the natural capital you are using. And in our latest report about the European Green Deal in Europe, we monetize different ecosystem services for terrestrial, marine, and freshwater ecosystems for the 14 biogeographical and marine regions of Europe. And we find per household how much they are willing to pay in monetary value for unit changes in the different ecosystem services of the different ecosystems. And not only we do that, but we do that per country. And we also identify the correlation between the performance with regards to the nature-based SDGs, climate, marine, land use, and the willingness to pay for conserving ecosystem services. And obviously, these two are highly correlated. So the countries that are experiencing less climate effect, less effect from inefficient land use, less effect from destroyed marine biodiversity, are the countries that their people, not just industries and financial institutions and government, the people are aware and willing to pay of the value of natural capital. And this is what we economists call internalization of externalities. If we internalize the externalities, the natural and the social externalities of this world, we would have been on a sustained pathway since day one. So this is what we are doing wrong, and this is what we need to fix. And we should fix this starting from the financial system that sends the signal about the scarcity of the different resources that we use. Economists and financiers, our job is to allocate over space and time scarce resources in a way that we sustain and increase profit, sustain and increase social welfare, and sustain natural capital. This is our job. We better get it right. And this is relevant with regards to the social interest rate. If you are a government, if you are involved in an investment, it could be a PPP that affects the social spectrum, you need to use the social discount rate. And the social discount rate for long-run investments is not constant. You cannot use the exponential constant discount rate that we all use. When you are looking into the long-run future, the discount rate, because of increased uncertainty and the need to be prudent, because of increased uncertainty, transforms into a time declining variable. And this is how you get the benefits from investing now in climate change, from investing now on biodiversity protection. This is how you will see the benefits in 20 years, 30. Because if you use a constant, okay, I'm finishing in 5 minutes. So in 3 minutes. So very quickly, I also want to tell you about our 3-step approach in moving to a ESG, SDG business plan for your company. And this is relevant for insurance as well. Here I list the SDGs that are very relevant for insurance: reduction of inequalities, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, gender equality, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and of course decent work and economic growth, which is the only SDG that includes insurance. So ESG is good, but it means nothing for the financial sector and the business sector unless it is transposed into an SDG. Why? Because ESG does not include profit. And profit is the single one existence access of a company, okay? So you need to make sure that whatever you're suggesting with regards to the SDGs sustains and increases profitability, because this is the mandate of the CEO, of the CFO. So you need to get to the CEO and the CFO to talk to the sustainability manager. The sustainability manager should be technically equipped to quantify, measure, and integrate into the financial analysis and business plan of the company the ESG suggestions. And the way to do that is go through this three-step approach. This is what we implement in many big companies across the world and financial institutions. Identify the important units in the value chain of the business, so you have to think in a value chain spectrum. This is very, very important. Then develop the development stage, measure companies' ESG performance with specific KPI for each company, industry, or unit. Then link the ESGs with the SDGs, and then use the hybrid matrices that allow you to document simultaneously the footprint of a change, both on profitability, on the environment, and on social impact. And finally, you need to have very smart systems, especially the big companies, for continuous monitoring and assessment and recalculation of these hybrid indices. And this is how the insurance industry gets involved. You've seen this before. Very important for mitigating extreme weather events effect, but also very, very important in terms of the impact investment that it can be done. And the impact investment does not mean investment without profit. The impact investment needs to be, if we are going to win this fight, needs to be as profitable as investments that do not contemplate their impact on society and on the environment, and they just map their profitability in terms of profits, financial profits. This is the supply chain of an insurance company. You need to look at product management, sales and distribution, new business underwriting, claims, payments, customer service, and finance. You need to map your stakeholders, the customers, the investors, the business partners, the regulators, the employees. You do your materiality assessment to understand what the different stakeholders need and perceive, and what is the importance of this stakeholder. And this is the long history of the reporting. 2021, we have the most holistic structure of the reporting. We need to do the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and you need KPIs for the economic, financial, environmental, social, and governance ratings, and you need to be quite explicit in terms of how you measure the different KPIs, how they connect to the different ESGs, and finally, the details I will skip, constructing your company a real platform that can be updated in real time with quantifiable and continuously monitor KPIs that connect financial, social, and environmental responsibility. And these are just slides with snapshots of our tools that do exactly that. And at the end of the day, you can identify the connection between the transformation you need to make in your company with ESG and the SDGs. And this is what you have to report in your sustainability report. And you can actually measure exactly in quantified and monetized terms the difference, the gap between where you are going, and what more you need in order to reach the targets. Tell yourself, unless you quantify and monetize, nothing will happen. Please invest seriously in that. Sustainability transition is not CSR, it's something that will identify in front of your eyes the wealth of opportunities for profitable investments in your business. Those who are most innovative and invest faster will be the ones that will gain the market. Thank you for your patience.
Go through all those initiatives, please join me. Right, so we may have to interrupt the discussion because we have somebody joining us at 1:15 sharp. He's not in this continent, he's joining from far away, so I may have to interrupt if we haven't finished. I don't believe we will have finished by then. Listen to Mr. Papalexopoulos and then perhaps resume if that's okay with you. Sorry for that, but you know, there were so many interesting things we heard this morning and early afternoon, so we are running a bit out of behind schedule. So let me please just introduce you our panelists. Two are here, three are remote. So we have Doris Popline online from, who's a senior sustainability analyst at Swiss Re. Hello, Doris. We have Kai Schantz, who's the deputy managing director at the Geneva Association and head of research and foresight. Hello, Kai. We have Flavia Michilota, who is a sustainability advisor with EIOPA. Hello, Flavia. And here with me, Doran Donakaki, who is the director of Bank of Greece Climate Change and Sustainability Center, and Philippe Angelis, who joined us from Insurance Europe. He's a senior policy advisor. We'll discuss a little bit how, in practical terms, we can make insurance sustainable. So I would like to start with Doris. Doris, to ask you, perhaps to say that from what we heard this morning, sustainability is probably the most important long-term topic that insurance industry is facing currently. It is also a very complex topic, as companies will have to change a lot of the things they have been doing until now. Would you like to give us your perspective on what sustainability in underwriting really means? And if you can also tell us how can we embrace inclusion, because we heard it's perhaps easier to exclude risks, it's much more difficult to include risks in our portfolio, but this is the way we should be going. If you give us some examples of how to embrace inclusion rather than simply relying on solving the problem through excluding risks. Doris.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
And can you see the slides?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this great panel. I'm happy to share some thoughts about how we as a reinsurer look at sustainability in underwriting. First, let's quickly remind ourselves what we understand with sustainability. Is so similar to what we heard already during the day. We are thinking about sustainability as the need to meet the needs of the present, so our generation, but also the future generations. And how we do that and how we implement this is according to the ESG criteria, which we just heard about it. So we try to consider really this ESG lens in all what we do. So meaning, for example, investing, as underwriters, as sourcing for our own business. And with this, we also combine the sustainability development goals. So these 17 goals, which we heard already about it, taken place or named in 2015. So we are kind of like looking at these 17 goals, and we are looking at what we do as a reinsurer, and then we think like, okay, where are we doing some harm to these goals? And then we try to stop and reduce that. And on the other side as well, we are doing something good. Where are we kind of fostering, enhancing these goals? And then we try to do more of that. Let's have a quick look at how we kind of framing our sustainability approach. So basically we kind of came up with a wheel, and we have on one side of the wheel what we do, and on the other side of the wheel we have kind of like how we do it, so our principles. So let's turn to what we do for a second. So what we do is kind of like we focus on mitigating the climate risk. We have heard from other speakers that this is a real system pressure which is influencing all of us privately and also as insurance, reinsurance industry. And we notice, I mean, when we look at our numbers and our models, we notice that we have an increase of frequency, for example, on the NatCat side, on NatCat losses, but also an increase of the severity, so kind of how much losses we need to pay if something happens. And we think it is paramount, therefore, to advance the energy transition and help the world to move to a more low-carbon economy. The other point here in the middle is the building the societal resilience. And so we have been doing that as an insurance, reinsurance industry, I guess, for a long time. But we want to put extra emphasis on kind of like making the people enjoy and have the opportunity to have the benefits from insurance. In order to, after a disaster strikes, so let's say maybe with a NatCat example, after we have a flood or a strong windstorm or so, that people have and businesses have the opportunity to bounce back quicker. And then the last pillar which we have is the driving the affordable insurance with digital solutions. So we see that, for example, on the NatCat side, we still have quite a NatCat insurance protection gap, which was also mentioned today already. So, and then also in other areas. Therefore, we think that to have affordable insurance is quite important, and affordability goes also a bit with availability, and there we think that the digital world is helping us to achieve that. Now turning on to how we want to do that. So we are thinking about embedding sustainability in all our business activities, and then we want to lead sustainability-linked solutions and embrace opportunities. And then we also want to quantify our performance and sustainability and also kind of the impact which we are having. Now turning more to the underwriting itself, to the deal by deal on the portfolio level. There we are kind of thinking on two sides of the same coin, say. So on the one hand side, we are thinking about the risk management angle, more the downside management. And we are thinking about exclusions or limitations. So we're thinking about what do we want to do less of. For example, I mean, we heard before already that fossil fuels are having their severe problems. And therefore, we are thinking about like how can we kind of steer the economy? How can we steer that there is less thermal coal, there's less oil and gas? And therefore, we are kind of having policies in place to partly limit or reduce over time these involvements. And on the other side, we are looking at the kind of positive side, which is the inclusion side, which is this question like, what do we want to do more of? Where do we want to foster and really engage to make it grow and make it a bigger part of the pie? And there you can think about, for example, the renewable energy. And you can kind of think about different concepts. maybe to have also a buyback better concept after you give just the money for replacing or repairing your normal insurance loss, to have a bit of extra money, a lump sum, in order to enhance your property, for example, so the next time, like you have a flood loss or so, the implications are not so severe. So at the end, we are thinking that we really need to think about what is sustainable business, and we think it is good business in the long run, and invest in these. And with this, do you want me to focus already also on the examples?
Perhaps, yes, a couple of examples on inclusions, I mean, things we should be including in our portfolios.
Sure. Okay. So I have thought about like what could be some examples which I can tell you about it. So you, for example, we have everything which is helping for the natural catastrophe protection gap. To lower this one, because we heard it before, and in many European countries it's even still very big. And also what is really worrying is, rather than getting smaller and smaller, so meaning more and more people are benefiting from insurance, it stays pretty similar. So we are not very successful yet, and we need to foster here our efforts. And then we have some resilience programs which we can kind of like put in place or help and support. So I'm thinking about some, for example, national flood programs. You could think about the UK example with Flood V, which was put in place a couple of years ago to cover really the worst anti-selected flood portfolios, so kind of household, apartments, houses. They also have made possible these Build Back Better, which I just mentioned, interesting and new concept. Then you can think about also what can I do pre and post event in respect of nature-based solutions. So for example, you can think about mangroves protecting the seashore from hurricanes and strong winds. How can I protect these? Or if they get damaged to something, how can I kind of like make sure that they get restored and have their function again in the future? Then you can think about what can we do to enable society to transition. So for example, you have things like investing in renewable energy, or kind of explore the farming carbon concepts. And last but not least, what I want to mention is also all the industry alliances. We have heard during the day so far, there are lots of agreements, groups, alliances which formed in the past years or even longer. And we also think it's such a complex and difficult and systemic problem. So that's why we need to work all together in order to solve it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doris. I retain embed, lead, and quantify, and that there are many things we can do for the inclusion rather than sticking on excluding. Kai, if I may move now to Kai Schantz and ask you, Kai, the following. We know that ESG is about the E, the environmental, the S, the social, the G, the governance, and that all goals, 3 goals, must be met if we want to build sustainability in our industries. But we often talk more about the environmental aspect. Perhaps it's more something we can visualize easier. Would you like to talk to us about the social aspect of the ESG equation we need to solve? And Kai, if I interrupt you at 1:15 I will ask you to excuse me beforehand. We have a connection from abroad, but we will continue. Sorry for that. I may have to be rude.
No worries, Henry. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. Yes, I'm more than pleased to address the S, because the S is frequently neglected. It suffers what some people call a middle child predicament when you look at ESG in general. And as you said, Henry, I mean, the E is pretty straightforward in terms of measuring, in terms of tracking, whereas the S is very much about subjective judgments and assessments. There's no doubt that the S has gained in importance over the past few years. You know, the pandemic was the first major catalyst. The pandemic has revealed enormous societal imbalances And on top of that, we have seen the implications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the socio-economic implications on a global scale, the disruptions to energy and food markets, cost of living crisis, etc. So there is no doubt that businesses and the insurance industry as well will have to pay more attention to the S. This also has to be seen against the backdrop of legislative developments, of regulatory developments. Professor Kunduri mentioned that we have suffered setbacks, or at least a stagnation in terms of the achievement of the SDGs. So governments will be even more determined to mobilize capital at scale for sustainable development, and they will look at the private sector to support this effort. Well, for insurers, this is a very interesting discussion, because we feel, or we believe, that based on our core business, based on what we do every day, we make a positive contribution to social sustainability by taking risk, by incentivizing risk prevention, by investing funds for a long run. I mean, the figures speak a clear language. We pay claims of more than $5 trillion per annum as a global industry, based on a global premium volume of 7 trillion. We invest almost 40 trillion of dollars, you know, most of this in terms of long-term funds. So there are clear and powerful contributions. On the other hand, we cannot rest on these laurels. You know, the environment we are living in is challenging, it is bleak. Stakeholder expectations are increasing, not just vis-a-vis our industry, but also vis-a-vis our industry. So we may have to think a bit harder about what we can do on top of business as usual. You know, how we can achieve additional social benefits from explicitly adopting ESG considerations in our core business activities. This has to be profitable, and I cannot agree more with Professor Kunduri on that one. If it's not profitable, it will not be sustainable. So we have seen developments in the area of impact underwriting, for example, or impact investing. We may have the time later on to discuss the details. So that's the upside. As Doris mentioned, the potential downside is equally important. We have to manage the risks, the potential risks, so the reputational risk in terms of what we are doing as investors and as underwriters in order to have a fully sustainable and coherent and holistic approach to sustainability management. And let me conclude, Henry, by proposing to all of you in the room and virtual audience a 3-step approach to managing social sustainability. Very simple approach. The first step would be that you, within your companies, develop a clear picture on the positive social impacts that you are creating as of today, as part of your core business. So the inherent benefits of what you are doing on a daily basis, try to develop a clearer understanding of these benefits and try to maximize those benefits as part of what you are doing on a daily basis. That's step number 1. Step number 2, it's important to protect those benefits by carefully mitigating the potentially negative impacts of your investment and underwriting decisions. If you fail on that front, you jeopardize the upside and the positive effects on social sustainability. And third, and this is very important in light of how the stakeholder environment is developing, I think we need to explore the scope for additional social benefits, benefits that are commercially viable. To give you an example, financial inclusion. We have massive gaps on that front. You know, massive protection gaps. We, as an industry, do not a particularly good job in terms of accessing the underserved or the unserved with affordable, with meaningful forms of coverage. So a lot more could be done, and I personally believe a lot more could be done in a commercially viable and ultimately profitable way. So let me stop here, Henry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai, so much about that. Going beyond our traditional role is perhaps, the message you are giving us, and starting by mapping our social impacts to be able to understand where we should go. I think we should interrupt now to follow the presentation or the speech of Dimitri Paparexopoulos, and we will resume the panel. I promise we are not going to be late, but let's. Okay. Well, sorry. Mr. Paparexopoulos is the chairman of the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, and we are very glad to have him with us today. Dimitri Paparexopoulos, good afternoon. If you can listen to me, we are ready to listen to you. We can see you. Good afternoon, Dimitri.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Very nice to have you with us. The floor is yours. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much. I was told to speak in Greek. Is that okay?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. With my starting then with many apologies, if I may, in English before I switch back to Greek. First of all, a thank you to the organizers for allowing me to join you on this and share some thoughts on climate change. Let me also say that I apologize for not being able to be there with you physically. I'm on the wrong side of the Atlantic, so it's technically kind of difficult. And also, additionally, apologies for not waking up early enough to hear most of what you have said already and being unable to tailor my comments on what I would have heard, and furthermore making your life difficult in terms of asking to participate at the exact time. So many apologies, and with that, let me turn to Greek for my contribution. Καλημέρα καταρχήν σε όλους. Ήθελα να μοιραστώ μαζί σας κάποιες σκέψεις γύρω από το θέμα της κλιματικής αλλαγής, προσεγγίζοντας το σφαιρικά με 4 διαφορετικά καπέλα που φοράω σχετικά με το θέμα αυτό. Το πρώτο καπέλο είναι ότι είμαι πρόεδρος μιας εταιρείας τσιμέντου και είναι νομίζω γνωστό στους περισσότερους ότι ο κλάδος της τσιμεντομηχανίας εκπέμπει σημαντικό ποσοστό των παγκοσμίων εκπομπών διοξιδίων του άνθρακα. Αυτό είναι κάτι που ως Τιτάνας που έχουμε αγκαλιάσει εδώ και πολλά χρόνια. Για να σας δώσω μια γεύση, από το 2003 δημοσιεύουμε πιστοποιημένα τις εκπομπές μας. Έχουμε βάλει τους στόχους μας σύμφωνα με το SBTI για το 2030 και το 2050 και είναι κάτι το οποίο το έχουμε πάρει εξαιρετικά σοβαρά, είναι μέρος της στρατηγικής μας. Το δεύτερο καπέλο μου είναι ως πρόεδρος του ΣΕΔ, του Συνδέσμου Επιχειρήσεων και Βιομηχανιών, ο οποίος ΣΕΔ φιλοδοξεί να εκπροσωπεί την υπεύθυνη τη σοβαρή ελληνική επιχειρηματικότητα. Με αυτό το καπέλο έχουμε και επιτροπή ESG και προσπαθούμε να βοηθήσουμε τα μέλη μας να ανταποκριθούν στις ανάγκες της εποχής, αλλά εγκρίσαμε και το 2008 μάλιστα το Συμβούλιο για τη Βιώσιμη Ανάπτυξη, που προσπαθούμε σε αυτά τα θέματα να έχουμε φωνή και να βοηθάμε. Το τρίτο μου καπέλο είναι ως αντιπρόεδρος του European Roundtable for Industry, ενός Ευρωπαϊκού Συνδέσμου Μεγάλων Βιομηχανιών, στο οποίο είμαι και πρόεδρος του Energy Transition and Climate Change Committee, το οποίο μου έχει δώσει μια ευκαιρία να δω από κοντά και την ευρωπαϊκή αντιμετώπιση των θεμάτων αυτών και να συμμετάσχω σε αρκετές συζητήσεις σχετικά με το θέμα. Και τέλος, το τέταρτο καπέλο που φέρω στη συζήτηση είναι προφανώς το καπέλο του σκεπτόμενου πολίτη και οικογενειάρχη, που μοιάζεται για το μέλλον και το ότι αυτό φέρνει. Τώρα, συνθέτοντας λοιπόν όλα αυτά από όλες τις οπτικές γωνίες, θα ήθελα στη σημερινή μου λιγόλεπτη παρέμβαση να μοιραστώ μαζί σας μια κεντρική ιδέα. Και αυτή είναι ότι στο βαθμό που φιλοδοξούμε την βιώσιμη, συμπεριληπτική, inclusive ανάπτυξη, πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουμε συνολικά και όχι αποσπασματικά ένα τρίγωνο προτεραιοτήτων, οι οποίες σε κάποιο βαθμό είναι αλληλοσυγκρόμενες. Οι τρεις αυτές προτεραιότητες που σημαντίζουν το τρίγωνο είναι η αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, η επάρκεια ενέργειας σε λογικό κόστος και η διατήρηση της ανταγωνιστικότητας και του παραγωγικού ιστού της οικονομίας μας. Τώρα, το σημείο εκκίνησης βέβαια είναι ότι η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι ίσως η σημαντικότερη πρόκληση της γενιάς μας. Φαντάζομαι και την ασφαλιστική αγορά είναι μια από τις σημαντικότερες προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζεται. Και με όλα μου τα καπέλα και τα τέσσερα που ανέφερα, υποστηρίζω αναφανδόν και ενεργά τη φιλοδοξία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης να καταστήσει την Ευρώπη την πρώτη κλιματικά ουδέτερη ήπειρο μέχρι το 2050 και το θέμα δεν είναι αν το κάνουμε, αλλά πώς το κάνουμε με έναν τρόπο όσο το δυνατόν πιο αποτελεσματικό που να συνθέτει αυτό το τρίγωνο το οποίο ανέφερα. Και εκεί πρέπει να είμαστε συνειδητοποιημένοι και ρεαλιστές, χωρίς να ωρεοποιούμε και χωρίς να υπεραπλοποιούμε ένα ιδιαίτερα σύνθετο και τεχνικά απαιτητικό εγχείρημα, το οποίο το μέγεθος και η διάρκεια είναι τόσο μεγάλη που δεν προσφέρεται για συνθήματα και εύκολες λύσεις. Κάποιες σκληρές αλήθειες, τις οποίες νομίζω πρέπει να τις ξέρουμε, όχι για να μας αποθαρρύνουμε, αλλά για να οργανωθούμε σωστά. Πρώτον, η απανθρακοποίηση της οικονομίας και η ενεργειακή μετάβαση θα κρατήσει πολλά χρόνια και απαιτεί πολύ μεγάλες επενδύσεις και πρόσθετο κόστος μέχρι να φτάσουμε κάποια στιγμή που πιστεύω ότι θα φτάσουμε στον νιρβάνα της καθαρής και φθηνότερης ενέργειας. Και θα φτάσουμε εκεί, αλλά θα πάρει πολλά χρόνια. Δεύτερον, το κόστος της μετάβασης θα πλήξει αναλογικά πολύ περισσότερο τους αδύναμους σε μια εποχή που η κοινωνία μας ήδη πάσχει από αυξημένες ανισότητες. Τρίτον, το μεγαλύτερο μέρος του υπόλοιπου κόσμου δεν φαίνεται διατεθειμένο, δεν είναι διατεθειμένο αυτή τη στιγμή να ακολουθήσει με τους απαραίτητους ρυθμούς. Και εδώ πέρα είναι προφανές, αλλά νομίζω πρέπει να το επιθυμίζουμε, ότι καλώς η Ευρώπη ηγείται, καλώς δίνει το καλό παράδειγμα, αλλά όταν η Ευρώπη αποτελεί το 7-8% των παγκόσμιων εκπομπών, το ζητούμενο δεν είναι απλώς η Ευρώπη να πετύχει, είναι να πετύχει ο κόσμος ολόκληρος. Και μια τέταρτη σκληρή αλήθεια είναι ότι κατά τα επόμενα κρίσιμα χρόνια της μετάβασης, δεν ξέρω αν είναι 5 ή 10, αλλά για αρκετά χρόνια ακόμα, η ανταγωνιστικότητα των παραγωγών στην Ευρώπη και στην Ελλάδα θα είναι υπό ισχυρή πίεση. Με αυτά τα δεδομένα, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει σχεδιάσει ένα ολιστικό πακέτο, ένα σύνολο μέτρων που προσπαθήσει να αντιμετωπίσει ταυτόχρονα τις τρεις πλευρές αυτού του τριγώνου που περιέγραψα. Συμπεριλαμβανομένου πέρσι του Triple 55 πακέτου, συμπεριλαμβανομένης όλης της κανονιστικής δομής που αφορά το ESG, που μας επιτρέπει να ποσοτικοποιήσουμε κάποια πράγματα και να ξέρουμε τι μετράμε και να συμφωνήσουμε όλοι ότι μετράμε τα ίδια πράγματα και δεν ωρεοποιούμε καταστάσεις. Όλο αυτό έχει μπει μπροστά, είναι ένα εγχείρημα δύσκολο και οι ισορροπίες είναι λεπτές. Οι πρόσφατες εξελίξεις και αυτό νομίζω είναι σημαντικό, έχουν κάνει αυτές τις ισορροπίες και τις προτάσεις ακόμα πιο δύσκολες. Έχουν ανατρέψει αρκετές από τις παραδοχές στις οποίες στηρίστηκε ο σχεδιασμός της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Πρώτον, η εισβολή στην Ουκρανία ανέδειξε πόσο ευάλωτη είναι η Ευρώπη ενεργειακά. Όχι μόνο για σήμερα, για αρκετά χρόνια ακόμα. Να δώσω ένα στοιχείο πραγματικό. Αυτή τη στιγμή εμείς ως εταιρεία έχουμε εργοστάσια και στην Ευρώπη και στην Αμερική. Πληρώνουμε 7πλάσιο κόστος ενέργειας στην Ευρώπη από ό,τι στην Αμερική. Πληρώνουμε πριν από 1-2 μήνες. Αυτά καταλαβαίνετε ότι είναι νούμερα τα οποία δεν είναι διατηρήσιμα μακροχρόνια. Δεύτερη αλλαγή. Η επιλογή των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών να προχωρήσουν και ευτυχώς προς την κατεύθυνση αντιμετώπισης του κλίματος, αλλά η απόφαση τους να το κάνουν χωρίς να βάλουν κόστος σε άνθρακα, αλλά μόνο με θετικά μέτρα, μόνο με επιδοτήσεις, μόνο με καρότα, επιτείνει την ασυμβατότητα της προσέγγισης με την Ευρώπη και κάνει τη συνεννόηση του δυτικού κόσμου, όσο μάλλον όλου του κόσμου, πολύ πιο δύσκολη. Τρίτη αλλαγή, μεγάλη πρόκληση, ότι οι γεωπολιτικές εντάσεις παγκοσμίως απομακρύνουν την πιθανότητα συντονισμένης και αποτελεσματικής δράσης σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο, είτε μας αρέσει είτε όχι. Και τέταρτη, αν θέλετε, ανατροπή είναι ότι ο κίνδυνος ύφεσης αλλάζει προφανώς τις πολιτικές και τις οικονομικές προτεραιότητες. Αυτή τη στιγμή ήδη βρισκόμαστε σε μια οξία κρίση. Το κομμάτι της ενέργειας το γνωρίζετε όλοι, το βιώνουμε όλοι. Αυτό που είναι ίσως λιγότερο γνωστό είναι αυτό που ήδη συμβαίνει σήμερα στην ενεργοβόρο βιομηχανία της Ευρώπης, η οποία ήδη έχει μπει σε μια φάση υπαρξιακής κρίσης. Να δώσω 2-3 παραδείγματα. Στο κλάδο του αλουμινίου, η Ευρώπη καταναλύσει περίπου 4 εκατομμύρια τόνους αλουμίνιο το χρόνο. Πριν από 2 χρόνια είχε περίπου 10% εξαγωγές, 5% εισαγωγές. Φέτος θα εισάγουμε πάνω από 50% του αλουμινίου που χρειαζόμαστε σαν Ευρώπη. Οι μονάδες παραγωγής κλείνουν. Και εδώ πέρα δεν είναι μόνο θέμα οικονομικής ζημιάς, είναι θέμα και περιβαλλοντολογικής αναποτελεσματικότητας. Δεν μειώνουμε τις εκπομπές, μπορεί μάλιστα με το να εισάγουμε από τρίτες χώρες να αυξάνουμε τελικά τις εκπομπές. Άρα είναι ένα lose-lose, χάνουμε και περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά. Αυτό δεν που συμβαίνει στο αλουμίνιο ως παράδειγμα που έφερα, συμβαίνει και σε πολλούς άλλους κλάδους, στα λιπάσματα, στα χημικά, στο χάλιβα, στο τσιμέντο κτλ. Είναι ο διαρροή άνθρακα, το carbon leakage, το οποίο δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο θα συμβεί στο μέλλον, είναι κάτι που συμβαίνει τώρα. Άρα πρέπει αυτό το δύσκολο πρόγραμμα, το δύσκολο τρίγωνο που περιέγραψα, όχι μόνο να το σχεδιάσουμε συνολικά, αλλά να το ξαναδούμε υπό το φως των τωρινών εξελίξεων και των τωρινών δεδομένων και αναγκών. Τώρα, τελευταία σκέψη, τι σημαίνει όλο αυτό για την Ευρώπη, τι σημαίνει για την Ελλάδα, τι σημαίνει για την ασφαλιστική αγορά. Για την Ευρώπη, το πρώτο που θα έλεγα και έχει σημασία είναι ότι δεν πρέπει αυτή η κρίση, όσο και αν είναι αξία όπως την περιέγραψα, να αποτελέσει άλοθη για να εγκαταλείψουμε ή και να νερώσουμε τους φιλόδοξους στόχους μας για την κλιματική αλλαγή. Είναι ορισμένα πράγματα που πρέπει να κάνουμε, τα οποία είναι win-win και νομίζω όλοι θα συμφωνήσουμε ότι, για παράδειγμα, το να επιταχύνουμε την μετάβαση στην πράσινη ενέργεια και να επενδύσουμε πιο γρήγορα, πιο πολύ στην πράσινη ενέργεια, είναι κάτι που είναι εύκολο να το δεχθούμε όλοι. Όμως, όπως ανέφερα πριν, είναι ένα πολύπλοκο συνολικό σύστημα, το οποίο δεν αρκεί να κοιτάξουμε μόνο να πιάσουμε τους εύκολους στόχους. Πρέπει το τρίγωνο κλίμα, ενέργεια, ανταγωνιστικότητα να το δούμε συνολικά. Εκεί πέρα υπάρχουν δύσκολες αποφάσεις που πρέπει να κάνουμε. Τα δεδομένα άλλαξαν, πρέπει να ξαναδούμε το μείγμα πολιτικών. Προέχει βέβαια προφανώς ο φετινός χειμώνας. Και καλώς νομίζω οι πολιτικοί μας, Ευρωπαίοι και εθνικοί και στις χώρες προτάσουν αυτό το θέμα. Όμως είναι απαραίτητο ταυτόχρονα με την αντιμετώπιση της άμεσης οξείας φάσης της κρίσης να σχεδιάσουμε και να επανασχεδιάσουμε το μακροχρόνιο θέμα, διότι τα προβλήματα όπως τα περιέγραψα και το θέμα της ενεργειακής τροφοδοσίας της Ευρώπης είναι θέμα που θα έχουμε μπροστά μας, μαζί μας για αρκετά χρόνια, όχι μόνο για το φετινό χειμώνα ή και τον επόμενο. Για την Ελλάδα, η βαθμή ελευθερίας που έχουμε είναι σχετικά μικρή, διότι οι περισσότερες αποφάσεις που αφορούν τα κρίσιμα αυτά θέματα παίρνονται σε επίπεδο Βρυξελών και συνεπώς το ζητούμενο για μας σαν χώρα είναι να προσαρμοστούμε με τον καλύτερο δυνατό τρόπο στις ευρωπαϊκές προτεραιότητες. Όμως, μέσα σε αυτά τα πλαίσια υπάρχουν αρκετά πράγματα τα οποία πρέπει και μπορούμε να κάνουμε. Πρέπει να επιταχύνουμε τη δημιουργία μιας αποτελεσματικά λειτουργούσας αγοράς ενέργειας. Εκεί έχουμε μείνει πίσω, είτε αφορά το hardware όπως διασυνδέσεις και υποδομές, είτε αφορά το software, το πώς δουλεύει δηλαδή η αγορά ενέργειας, είτε αφορά τη δομή της αγοράς ενέργειας. Έχουμε ακόμα πολλή δουλειά να κάνουμε. Πρέπει επίσης ως χώρα να κόψουμε τους γόντιους δεσμούς που μας καθυστερούν, μας φρενάρουν στις αδειοδοτήσεις για πράσινες επενδύσεις. Καταλαβαίνω ότι αυτό δεν είναι απλό και δεν είναι και μονόπλευρο θέμα. Είναι θέμα το οποίο θέτει πραγματικά δύσκολα διλήμματα, αλλά εκεί πέρα έχει σημασία δεδομένων των συνθηκών να κινηθούμε πιο γρήγορα και πιο αποτελεσματικά. Πρέπει να προστατεύσουμε τους αδυνάτους. Έχει ιδιαίτερη σημασία σε αυτή τη φάση που διανύουμε και εν ώψη της δύσκολης περίοδου που διανύουμε να κρατήσουμε κοντά μας την κοινωνία. Διότι εάν η κοινωνία στραφεί εναντίον των ενεργειών που χρειάζονται για την κλιματική αλλαγή, το κόστος θα είναι πολύ μεγαλύτερο. Άρα πρέπει να σκύψουμε πάνω από τους αδυνάτους και να βρούμε τρόπο να προστατεύσουμε και τους ιδιώτες και το φτωχότερο μέρος της κοινωνίας και τη μικρή επιχειρηματικότητα. Και τέλος, και αυτό νομίζω είναι κάτι που έχει αρχίσει τελευταία να ακούγεται όλο και περισσότερο, πρέπει να αναδείξουμε χωρίς φόβο και πάθος το θέμα της ανταγωνιστικότητας και του παραγωγικού ιστού της χώρας όπως και της Ευρώπης και να βεβαιωθούμε ότι βρίσκουμε το σωστό μείγμα πολιτικών για να μην γίνει περισσότερη ζημιά από αυτή που πρέπει θα γίνει έτσι και έτσι. Τέλος, για τον ασφαλιστικό κλάδο δεν τολμώ να επιχειρήσω να βγάλω συμπεράσματα μπροστά σε ένα κροατήριο που σίγουρα καταλαβαίνει προφανώς πολύ περισσότερα από μένα. Να πω ότι σίγουρα δεν ζηλεύω αυτούς που προσπαθούν να φτιάξουν μοντελάκια για να υπολογίσουν πώς όλο αυτό το θέμα μεταφράζεται σε νούμερα και ασφάλιστρα. Νομίζω ότι το εύρος των κινδύνων και το εύρος των αποκλήσεων από τις προβλέψεις που κάνουν οι επιστήμονες και οι οικονομολόγοι είναι τεράστιο. Προσωπικά έχω μάλιστα την εντύπωση να κάνω μια μικρή απόκληση ότι οι επιστήμονες στην προσπάθειά τους να είναι σοβαροί και να μην κατηγορηθούν για υπερβολές είναι υπερσυντηρητικοί στις προβλέψεις που κάνουν. Και υπάρχουν αρκετές ενδείξεις ότι τα φαινόμενα προχωρούν πιο γρήγορα από τις μέχρι τώρα εκτιμήσεις και προβλέψεις μας. Αλλά νομίζω ότι και για την ασφαλιστική αγορά, στο βαθμό που την καταλαβαίνω και προφανώς δεν την καταλαβαίνω πάρα πολύ καλά, χρειάζεται μια
So,
ολιστική προσέγγιση
γύρω από το τρίγωνο
κλίμα, αλλαγή, κλίμα, ενέργεια και ανταγωνιστικότητα και προβληματίζομαι πάρα πολύ όταν ακούω τις συζητήσεις να μπαίνουν κάτω από την ταμπέλα του ESG ως με μια νοοτροπία συμμόρφωσης και αντιμετώπισης γραφειοκρατικά κάποιων πραγμάτων που πρέπει να γίνουν, αντί να υπάρχει μια προσέγγιση ολιστική και στρατηγική που να βάζει το θέμα με όλη την πολυπλοκότητα στο κέντρο μιας γενικής αντιμετώπισης και όχι μιας τυπικής συμμόρφωσης. Αυτά ήθελα να μοιραστώ μαζί σας. Ευχαριστώ και πάλι για την ευκαιρία που μου δώσατε να μιλήσω σήμερα.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να ακούμε τις προκλήσεις άλλων τομέων.
Thank you very much. It's very important to listen to the views of other economy sectors other than ours, especially you with your hat of the President of SEB. And if you allow me, because you're aware of the market a bit more than you said, because what you touched upon is very realistic and you did so very eloquently. Thank you very much for your contribution. I thank you and apologize for the way I delivered my contribution. Okay.
Okay, λοιπόν, so we will resume with our panel. I promise we will not keep you very much because I know, we are a bit behind schedule. I would like to ask Flavia. Flavia, I hope you can listen to us. Yes, I think you are on mute. Hello?
You hear me fine?
Yes, okay. Hello, Flavia. Good afternoon. Flavia is the sustainability advisor with EIOPA, as I said before. So we know, Flavia, that the regulators are equally interested in ensuring that the industry will remain resilient on the one side, so the solvency aspect, but on the other side as well that that companies will embrace sustainability and that consumer protection will also be part of their goals. Would you like to give us your perspective on how to balance between those two so important objectives, especially when you look at it from a regulator's point of view?
Sorry, I totally got disconnected. So I was kicked out of Zoom for a moment. Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Of course. I was saying that regulators are equally concerned to see that the industry remains solvent, so that it is a resilient industry on the one side, but also that companies embrace sustainability. They look at consumer protection interest as well. The question is, how is this balance done, and what is your view on how regulators look at this critical balance between consumer protection on the one side and resilience of the insurance industry on the other side?
Okay, thanks. So I think that when considering the resilience of the insurance sector and consumer protection at the same time, we're really talking about the relationship between transparency and a comprehensive notion of risk. Resilience and consumer protection are also at the core of EIOPA's strategy for the coming 3 years. And the strategy focuses on some main points, which include sustainable finance, of course, so therefore contributing to building up sustainable insurance and pensions, including by addressing protection gaps for the benefit of citizens and businesses, and financial stability, with a particular focus on the analysis of financial sector risks, vulnerabilities, and emerging threats. Some of the key actions around sustainable finance concretely include integrating ESG risks in the prudential framework for insurers and pension funds, and initiating one-off coordinated climate change stress tests as well. So the notion of realistically what is a risk and the scale of that risk. And supervisors, as you already implied, intend to ensure that they can act together at global level, because business operates across jurisdiction and risk does not know frontiers. So we need a joint and yet pragmatic approach when we're dealing with these issues. And typically when talking about transparency, people tend to get concerned about the extra cost and the new potential burden that can come from transparency as such. Bringing increased transparency on risk can be and core to its own role. And supervisors have the role to facilitate the work at industry level. There is plenty of work for them to actually guide and help the insurance sector finding solutions. EIOPA is pension sectors in the transition to climate neutrality and to deliver on the Green Deal initiated by the European Commission. EIOPA's work on sustainable finance is driven by 3 objectives. So insurers should manage and mitigate ESG risks. They should reflect policyholder and pension schemes members' preferences for sustainable investments, and they should adopt a sustainable approach. This reflects the important role insurance and a key element to foster sustainable growth and to channel funding in social and governance-related objectives. That is to improve data availability, of course, and there with the public disclosure of relevant metrics by reporting entities, as well as improving transparency on risk arising from climate change, for instance. And in this context, EIOPA is providing guidance by building a natural catastrophe database through open source platform, for instance, to help identify where physical risks are. Pilot dashboard, which actually depicts the insurance protection gap for climate-related insurance protection gap in order to identify measures that will help in decreasing society's losses in the event of natural catastrophes. The dashboard brings awareness and the protection gap, and this is the link with transparency. By promoting science-based approach to protection gap management and decision-making, and in turn, it aims at capturing clear data on exposure and vulnerabilities in the EU, and is part of EIOPA's broader sustainability agenda to integrate ESG risk assessment in the regulatory and supervisory framework. A couple of key examples to follow up on my premises. When talking about sustainable finance, we generally immediately refer to the EU taxonomy, to which Phoebe already alluded to, because EIOPA found that only a small portion of the insurance investments are made in economic activities which might be eligible to the EU sustainable finance taxonomy, as insurer exposures are mainly concentrating towards financial activities, and their exposure to transition risks is still limited. The insurance sector has definitely a bigger role to play in facilitating a lower carbon economy, so things can definitely be improved. And that's why the industry is and processes as per the broader sustainability topic. The use of taxonomy will be made mandatory for financial market participants, offering to the market sustainable investment products. But the taxonomy can help the insurance sector also more generally in the integration of sustainability consideration in their investments by providing common definitions and metrics. Applying the taxonomy in practice will require a significant amount of data, which is not necessarily available to the regulators and the industry, especially during the first years of implementation. Gathering all the required information will need a significant effort for the industry. Of the necessary data will therefore define the success of the application of taxonomy. And that to develop consistent sustainability reporting standards under the directive called Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive will be key in setting a reference framework that practitioners can use, essentially shaping a common narrative for all the involved stakeholders. The last point I will mention is in relation to one of the negative considerations that stems from the increase in consumers' demand for investment with sustainability-related features. Increased demand equals to increased offering, of course, but that what is offered today as green is not necessarily as green as it claims to be. And I'm talking about greenwashing, of course. EIOPA already in its Consumer Trends Report 2021 warned about a possible increase in greenwashing and its related risks, highlighting the need to monitor and mitigate it. And as you might know, EIOPA and the rest of the ESAs have recently received a request for input from the European Commission to define greenwashing risks and to kickstart the work around determining sustainability claims and all the sustainable finance policies, requesting them to address three main areas: understanding and better monitoring greenwashing and the related financial risks, taking stocks of implementation and supervision of sustainable finance policies aimed at preventing and addressing greenwashing, and assessing supervisory and enforcement response. Well, I hope this gives a general and certainly partial view as to what supervisors are doing to guarantee consumer protection in the face of so many challenges.
Thank you very much, Flavia. I must admit that we perhaps lost a few of the things you said because the connection was not super perfect, but I hope most of what you have told us has been heard by our audience, and I think the work being done on managing the NatCat protection gap is very important in a country, as we heard this morning by several of the speakers, where this protection gap is quite significant. So building the awareness with the help of everyone is perhaps so important. Thank you very much, Flavia. May I now move to Dora Antonakaki, who is the director of Bank of Greece's Climate Change and Sustainability Center. We know, Dora, that the Bank of Greece is very active in promoting mitigation and adaptation to climate risks. Would you like to tell us a little bit about the work that is being done by the Bank of Greece on the subject, and also if you can also tell us how we could possibly be more involved? You know that obviously we do cooperate on several projects, the Adapting GR project, which the association has signed, or
key
whatever.
Stakeholder. The association is a key stakeholder.
Even more than that. So tell us a bit of the work of Bank of Greece on the topic and how we can be more useful in the future.
Sure. Thanks, Enrico. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to discuss here the insurance industry's role in building a more sustainable future. Indeed, at the Bank of Greece, we started quite early. We started back in 2009 working on climate and sustainability issues. We worked alongside a great team of scientists, an interdisciplinary team. We've been publishing reports since 2011 on the issue. We've also worked alongside the Ministry of Environment and Energy on adaptation. We have an ongoing memorandum of cooperation with the ministry, and part of that collaboration is also culminating at the Life IP project that Enrico just mentioned. It's the Adaptive Greece project, where we are monitoring the implementation of adaptation policies in Greece, and we are looking at different sectors. One of them is also insurance. Part of this work is as well identifying key variables that will help us assess the progress of the implementation. So we are now in the process of setting up indices to help us address the progress of the adaptation policy making, but also we are looking at key projects, some pilot projects that are being implemented across the country to give us some real idea of what adaptation looks like. Also, at the Bank of Greece, we've been the first central bank worldwide to endorse the UNEP-FI responsible banking principles. I do realize that part of today's event also has to do with your endorsement as well of the principles for sustainable insurance, and we are very happy to see that. We've seen, I won't argue with what else we're doing at the Bank of Greece because it's all up on our website. Just another thing I would like to mention, another milestone was last year in 2021 where we submitted a pledge. We published a pledge with some key actions that we will be trying to implement in the years to come. They have to do with all operational aspects at the Bank of Greece, as well as our ability and our capacity, building on our capacity to be able to monitor climate and sustainability risks, to include those parameters in our macro models, to also be able to implement more and better sustainability principles in our portfolio. Coming back to the issue of collaboration, I think what we've been doing a lot of lately is communicating about the issues. We need to move beyond communication. We need to move beyond coordination. We need to move beyond cooperation. In cooperation, we all share a goal. We have a common goal, but we need to move to collaboration, which is actually shared creation. I believe that as a society, there are a lot of steps to be done towards that direction, but we are definitely in a good position. We know the insurance industry can play a very critical role in how we move to a more sustainable future. Insurers have a dual role, both as risk managers, but also as investors. And we know that we have seen, and the European Union already through its policy making has acknowledged this important role of the insurance industry in providing also incentives for risk prevention, encouraging adaptation actions through the cost of insurance. Well-designed insurance policies can drive adaptation. They can create market-based instruments that can actually discourage risky behavior. So these are all parts of the spectrum that we would like to see more on in the insurance industry. And of course, we will be, in this context, very happy to move our collaboration even further. Thank you.
Very nice. Well, I think we are also keen to follow your initiatives and enter into this shared creation idea you mentioned. I'm sure the association will, in future, perhaps come in some kind of more regular contact so we can develop initiatives together with you. Thank you, Dora. And let me move to Philippe Angelis, who is Senior Policy Advisor at Insurance Europe. Thank you very much for being here physically today with us, Philippe.
Thank you.
We heard this morning, we also heard from Laura just a while ago, that about this triple role that insurance companies have to play as risk managers and advisors of clients, as obviously risk carriers, which is our main job, but also as investors. Would you like to give us the Insurance Europe perspective of this triple role that we need to play if we want to contribute to the sustainability?
Of course, and I'll try not to be too long because I don't want to stand between anyone and their lunches. I've heard from experience that it's dangerous. So I have a background in financial accounting, so the way I see it is a lot from a balance sheet perspective. So first we look at the liabilities, and essentially it's that this is our role as underwriters. And there's basically two things we can do. We can do climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation. And I'm not going to speak a lot about those things. We heard a lot from our previous speakers. I think what hasn't been mentioned today is that ultimately the responsibility for climate change adaptation falls a lot on public authorities. And that doesn't mean that as an industry we don't have a responsibility to act. We have specific know-how on how to achieve those climate adaptation objectives, and we should use that know-how to help public authorities design regulation that works effectively for our sector. Then on climate change mitigation, of course, we heard about the COP21 objectives, which we, of course, subscribed to and we supported. We heard about own initiatives like the Net Zero Alliance, which we also highly support. Something that we need to keep an eye on the horizon a little bit in Brussels is a piece of legislation that is currently being discussed is the CSDDD, so the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. And this directive forces us as companies to have plans in place to reach the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And so whereas we heard a lot about reporting initiatives, this introduces legal liabilities in case we do not have those plans to meet the 1.5-degree initiatives. So that's on the underwriting side. Now on the investor side, I think what's specific to the insurance industry is essentially two things. First, we are the #1 institutional investors in Europe. So we're in a unique position to transition and reallocate resources towards sustainable activities. And the second one is we are long-term investors in contrast to other sectors. That means that we're able to hold our investments much longer than other industries to meet our long-term liabilities we have, again, on our liability side. And so here again, I want to underline, because we spoke a little bit, some of the speakers mentioned some of the initiatives that happen at European level that look at building this sustainable finance framework. So we heard about the taxonomy which builds, essentially it's a dictionary, and it tells you what is green and what isn't, with very strict criteria, which we didn't have in the past. We have the SFDR, of course, that everyone in the room must be well aware of, since we've been applying it for now 1 year, and more requirements are coming. And of course, the glue that allows us to report under both those frameworks is the CSRD. I think Phoebe mentioned it a bit earlier today. The framework we have in place is called the NFRD. A lot of companies and a lot of insurers in Europe are not subject to the NFRD. What the NFRD does, it just tells us we need to have a sustainability report. What is in the sustainability report is really, there's a lot of discretion that companies can choose various frameworks. What the CSRD does is that it creates a mandatory framework for everyone, and it also introduces a number of sustainability standards that everyone will have to apply. And that is, of course, a huge change. And so if you think of the scope of the NFRD, it was 11,000 companies in Europe. When we move to the CSRD, it's 50,000 companies. And so a lot of companies that were not in the scope of the NFRD will now have to, all of a sudden, report on sustainability matters. And that's very important for us as institutional investors, because we need the data to reallocate capital. Then I'm not going to speak too much about the prudential framework, but my colleagues in Brussels asked me specifically to mention Solvency II, which I know is a passionate topic. But there as well, the prudential frameworks need to be fit for us to achieve those objectives of reallocating capital and increase our investments in equities. And so, here I read from my colleagues, we need to achieve a permanent reduction in volatility and capital requirements for long-term business, which I perfectly agree with. One last piece of legislation which I want to cover, and which I think is paramount in reallocating resources, is the EU Green Bond Standards. And we're now arriving in the final phases in Brussels, where we're negotiating in the trialogues between the Council and Parliament. The lack of green assets on the market is a significant issue, and we see this text as a key initiative to increase the number of green assets on the market and allow us to achieve our objectives in this regard. So I think that's for your first question.
I think the framework of disclosures you mentioned is perhaps quite complex, especially if we look at smaller markets like this one, for example, where you have more small players than the big multinationals, which perhaps are not obliged to implement some of those regulation and disclosures, but then you create perhaps two levels of companies. So that is something where I think Insurance Europe can help us decode a little bit the framework and see what we can propose to our members how to implement all that complex framework of disclosures. Good. Well, I think before we close, we ought to ask the audience, who we have to thank for staying until the end of this session, for any questions to all the members of the panel which are here, whether presently or remotely. So I'm just looking to see if there is any questions that you would like to ask our speakers. Not that I see. So again, I would like to...
There's a question.
Oh, yes? You need a mic, maybe? There you go.
Thank you. My name is George Chrysis. I'm the CRO of NNLS2 and Sustainability Officer at NNLS2. So one question, we have discussed about the framework, the complex framework, EU framework that will lead us to net zero, being net zero as a continent in 2050. But the question, to me at least, as a risk officer, is the following. I mean, how do we make sure that that we treat all the risks that emanate from the regulation itself? So let me pose one very brief example. So let's assume, for example, that next year the European Union provides us with many billions of euros to purchase electric cars and to make everything electrified. So what will happen is that there will not be a lot of cars to be produced at the price of all the renewables and the wind turbines and the solar panels will go up, while on the contrary, the carbon prices will go down a lot. On the other side, if the opposite happens, if we do not transition to a greener economy soon, there will not be much investment in fossil fuels, so the price of fossil fuels, which we very much still depend on, will go very, very high. So we see what's happening now with the Ukraine crisis. So my question is there a thermostat that the European Union can apply so that it doesn't overheat the economy in the sectors of sustainability, so on and so forth, and it doesn't cool rapidly all those, we still need the petrol, gas, fossil fuels. So this is my first question. And the second question is, are we afraid that all these disclosures in the investment products could cause the opposite effect? Yeah. I mean, this year has been a very evident example of brown companies overperforming over green ones. And this is not the first time that has happened. It has happened a lot of times in the past. Now we hope that this, it has all of the necessary, we have all the necessary conditions for this to be a success, all this transition. So my question is, do we fear that flagging all the investment products, either green or not green or brown, will have the opposite effect? And what can we do to address this issue?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I suppose, I don't know, Philippe, Kai, Flavia,
who would like a short answer.
Would like to say something on the questions raised? Anyone?
Yeah. I'm happy to say so. Or,
go ahead, please.
Do you want to go? Sure.
Yeah, just my short answer to that was part of the discussion we had earlier about the externalities. The quick answer to that would be then to internalize the cost, because brown companies, for example, the use of carbon has a certain cost, a cost on the society right now. If we internalize this cost through carbon pricing, for example, then of course it will be much easier to move earlier and sooner to the desired goal. Definitely there is an issue in timing. We are now aware that we are getting there, but we don't know how soon and how fast, or whether we'll be there soon enough for the world to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. So, and that's why I referred about the complexities of all these issues. We need to move beyond the 3 C's, from communication, coordination, cooperation to collaboration, because it's an extremely complex issue and we need everyone to be working towards a shared creation. Thank you.
I think on the reporting point, so what led to this situation now, where indeed we're a bit flooded by sustainability information, or at least the projects and the framework that is put in place is proposing a lot of sustainability information to be disclosed, is of course stemming from a user perspective. From a user perspective, you want consistent, comparable, and machine-readable data. What we also need to realize is that this is a brand new topic to many people. If we compare this, for example, with financial reporting took 200 years to develop. We're now trying to put a framework in place, in a mandatory framework now I'm talking. We've heard about own initiatives, but a mandatory framework in a period of 5 years. It's incredibly ambitious. And of course, we expect the market to adjust after a while. The problem is, of course, that the climate sort of crisis can't really wait 200 years for an adequate framework to be developed. So we need to be ambitious, and Europe is, and we are at the forefront of this, all these initiatives. But at least Insurance Europe in Brussels, representing the industry, we're fighting to have also proportionate and feasible requirements. Because we fundamentally believe that having too much data on the market makes it unusable. It's better to have, say, 4 KPIs which truly capture the so taxonomy alignment or greenness of a product than to have 600 data points trying to explain how it goes. So we're trying very hard, and I hear your comment and fully agree.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. With this, I think we can close the day. Thank you again for being with us until the end. Thank you, Doris, Flavia, Kai from the online, and Philippe and Dora from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Νομίζω τα πήγαμε πολύ καλά με τους χρόνους.
Ευχαριστήσω θερμά τους ομιλητές μας για την πολύ σημαντική συνδρομή τους.
Let me thank all our speakers for their very valuable contribution. And of course,
ασφαλώς όλους εσάς για τη συμμετοχή σας.
And let me thank all of you
Σήμερα
for
είναι μια εκδήλωση που εντάσσεται στους βασικούς στόχους της Ένωσής μας, που είναι η ενίσχυση της εξωστρέφειας της αγοράς μας. Και ένας τομέας στον οποίο θα εντείνουμε την προσπάθειά μας αυτή είναι αυτός της κλιματικής αλλαγής και της βιωσιμότητας. Ο ασφαλιστικός μας κλάδος δεν μπορεί να είναι αποκομμένος από το εξωτερικό περιβάλλον και τις προκλήσεις που διατρέχουν το σύγχρονο κόσμο. Ο ρόλος της ασφάλισης από τις απαρχές της ήταν να παρέχει κάλυψη και προστασία. Και αυτό καλούμαστε να κάνουμε και σήμερα, προσαρμοζόμενοι στους νέους κινδύνους, παρέχοντας καινοτόμες λύσεις. Επιδίωξή μας λοιπόν είναι να ακολουθήσουν και άλλες ανάλογες εκδηλώσεις και δράσεις, κάνοντας σαφές στους υπεύθυνους χάραξης πολιτικής και κυρίως στην κοινωνία ότι η ιδιωτική ασφάλιση μπορεί να είναι ένα ισχυρός πυλώνας προστασίας και ο οποίος δίνει δυναμικά το παρόν στην προσπάθεια αναζήτησης βιώσιμων λύσεων. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Καλή συνέχεια, καλό μεσημέρι.
Can be a powerful pillar of protection. Thank you very much and have a nice afternoon.
Σας ευχαριστώ και εγώ για την πρόσκληση.
Let me also thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure for me to participate.
Χαρά μου, Ελίνα, χαρά μου. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ξεσηκωθήκαμε.
Λοιπόν, πολύ καλά, μπράβο.
Εντάξει, μια χαρά πήγε, μια χαρά. Ναι, τι αλίμονο. Σε αυτές τις περιπτώσεις δεν χρειάζεται άλλο να κουράζουμε τον κόσμο. Κόψαμε, εντάξει. Ωραία. Ναι. Εντάξει, σε αυτή τη φάση ήταν, ναι. Δεν πειράζει, ήταν...